All right, are we doing it? Are we live? Can you hear your father? Hello, cult children. That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight, losing my children. Hey, you guys. Thanks a lot, Athena. Now that song is my head. It is my head. It takes up all of my head. Was that you who did that? Who made the Michael Stripe reference? How dare you? I'm in MXPX mode today. See that? I have skulls on my shirt, so I must be doing crime, according to John Ray, is what I heard. All I know about this presser, here's what I know. I wrote down exactly what I know. So today, I already put it in the post about this. By the way, hello, all of my children. I hope you had a good day at school. I hope that if you fought a child on the playground, you won. And I thank you for being a good student. Listen, I put my day in the whole thing. Was it crazy, Kim? No spoilers. Here's what I've got. Here's what's spoiled so far. So, I went and I took a dad nap in my man cave with my dog, and I wake up and I see, oh, thank you for thinking of me during that horrific press conference, Debbie. Art critic, fashion columnist, yes, wearer of suits and hats. I did see as I was going through to try to find a good stream. I didn't listen to any, but I noticed he's hatless today. This is a different level of John Ray. We haven't seen a hatless John Ray yet, have we? What if his power comes from the hat? Yes, Mosquito. You know what? Hey, Mosquito, I just saw you bought me several coffees. Oh my God, the Mosquito. You're super sweet. Thank you for that comment. I do need to get the AC in my car fixed. I feel like when that happens, I'm going to be able to go live from my car because that's where I have my most thoughts. Okay. Not my best, but the most thoughts is when I'm raging in traffic. But anyway, yeah. Did John Ray have a scrunchie? Wait a minute. We'll go back to that. Hold on. So I have so many thoughts. I woke up, dutiful Ron, texted me and told me that he went live with the presser, and I was like, "What presser?" And then I remembered, oh frig, Duty Ron actually told me the day before about it. He's got all the ins, and one of you, by the way, actually there are two of you who I guess are somehow directly involved in some of this shit, or people. I'm not going to go into further depth than that. Have been telling me things before they happen and have been dead ass. So I trust you. I trust you. And you warned me about it too. And I say warned because I mean, you knew I was chain smoking and shaking as I read the text from Duty Ron, like, oh, I missed a presser. Like, you know how much I'm into this shit. And by the way, the Clearly Canadian today, they were out of everything else. I went with Country Raspberry. I'm getting my Big Mac drinking. I usually don't drink this many, but again, I've been shaking and chain smoking, watching true crime. So much has been happening. 900 pages. They released a Necronomicon in the Madeline Soto case. My God. A massive, scary book. That's what that is. I didn't read them all yet. I had a few people asking if I was going to go over the 900-page docs because one of you said that you didn't want to watch a guy whose name rhymes with I don't know, day poos. We'll say that. And I thank you for that because fucking dude annoys me too. I think I've already cussed too soon. But you asked me to go over, and I gotta be honest, like, I can't read the Iliad to you. I can't, it's so much. I can't read that much to people or do that. That would take weeks. And also, it's so disturbing. And it's just so freaking, that's one of those, it's like, it's so sad and there's so much in there. I think the best thing that I could tell you about what I've seen so far is everybody did it. They're all bad. And that poor child. And I cannot wait for him to get the DP. And I mean that in many ways. It's just so sad. And yeah, trendy views. And I want to put your comments on the screen, but I feel like I'm going to just put them all. I need to figure out how to do that thing where it scrolls down and just shows them all so everybody can get some shout outs. But wait, someone said Mike Herrera. Hold on. Go back. Recorded a couple of records at Mike Herrera's studio in Bremerton. Love that guy. Adam, have you seen Mike Herrera? I'm sorry, guys. We're already derailing onto MXPX. He put his daughter in some videos on Facebook where she is playing his old songs. And she also played, or actually, no, I take that back. She was playing Fat Mike. She was playing some No Effects. Ooh, I got that furry face today. She was playing some No Effects and singing, and she sounds like her dad. She sounds like a higher pitch of her dad, and she sounds amazing. I requested on there that they do the old catalog of Arthur just so I can hear her sing I Thought a Lot About You, which is one of my favorite songs. And yeah, just good for you, dude. That's awesome that you recorded there. Mike is so cool. Fun fact, I used to be in a little punk band and a ska band in high school for many years. I was a musician, played in a lot of bands, but they never took off. But we did get to play a jam room once at a place called the White Rabbit. And some of my favorite bands got to play there, like Tsunami Bomb and the Ataris. And then years later, I got to meet that dude, MXPX, and I got to meet Good Charlotte. I have pictures of me carrying them around like a baby because I'm very strong. I can pick up to a 420-pound dude. Fact about me, very strong. I'm a little chubby, but I'm very strong. And anyway, I used to just play in these bands that would end up getting the jam, like the shitty spot hours before. But I get to meet those guys, and they were so nice. Everybody in the pop punk scene in the late 90s, early 2000s, very nice people. Okay, moving on. Moving on. I love all of you. I love you all. CBGBs. Oh my gosh, what a place. What a historical place for punk rock. What's his handle, OB? Whose handle? Oh, the person who annoys everybody online or on YouTube. I'm not gonna say, but he's a dude that is too much sometimes. He fights with crime victims' families. On a rap song? Oh, that's the two lanes I'm into. Hello, punk and rap. Oh my god. You're covering all bases today, Adam, and I love your hat. Hello, everybody. Hello. This is the anthem. Throw all your hands up. And remember, what was the other band? Slick Shoes was real big back then. I love this band called the Riddling Kids. I actually, when I was in college, I went to college in a town where at a music school, actually, where all the cadaver and DNA shit is done now, called UNT. I went there a long time ago. I went there initially for music. It was a jazz school, and then I ended up getting into journalism. And fun fact, there were quite a few bands that I was in classes with, and one, I'm not shaming him, but one of the guys stole sunglasses from yes, you probably judged me right away by my just my face and my personality that at one point in time I did work at a Spencer's Gifts in the mall. I understand I have that Spencer's vibe to me, okay? I do enjoy looking at juggalos. I'll just say that. Anyway, a guy from I'm already blanking. All the cool kids want that band. They would come in all the time, and their guitarist stole sunglasses from my store, and I let him because they were really good. Anyway, I went to school with that band and a band called the Polyphonic Spree. One of the girls, the harp maybe or French horn player, was in my English class with me. Anyway, I love all of you. Hello, hello. Oh, Goody Hook. Patronus. Oh, I probably peeked out everyone's earbuds. I'm sorry. I have a Goody Hook shirt. I want to run and get it I'm not going to run and get it. I can't get you distracted. I love Goody Hook. That's Dallas. Dallas is where I saw Goody Hook, and I saw them with the Rocket Summer, who is also great. Even though he sounds whiny, I love his voice. And an old school band that my friend was in called Note to Self, who was really ahead of their time. What is this pertaining to? Rex's daughter's allegations? Well, right now we're just talking about punk rock in the 90s. But yes, I guess this press conference is related to that. Let's get to that. Thank you for keeping me on track, K.A. Pisces. I'll be here forever if I talk about that stuff. You guys are about to drop so many. You also stole from a Spencer's, JB? I probably chased you. At one point, I found out we can't chase people. I found that out by chasing a kid who was in a fraternity who stole a blow-up goat with a dick hole in it. Why we sold that? I don't know. We were Spencer's in the mall. No, do not be sorry. I appreciate you. I'm so glad you said something because I was about to go off on a rant about bands like Hum that you didn't need to hear. So you helped me so much today. You really did. Patronus, I can't believe you mentioned Cody Hook. That's holy shit. I'm going to share my own video today with a bunch of my friends back home so they can see that Cody Hook is still in the conversation. What a band. Anybody remember the Dallas punk bar Ground Zero? I actually don't. I remember the Red Room. I remember Yaya's, Dodos, Dadas, the Curtain Club, Galaxy Club, The Door, that Christian one. They were big. All right, we're going to get started here. Here's what I want to talk to you about. And then I'm going to come back to chats later. First of all, here's what I know. I know that Duty Ron told me that there was a press conference today. I know that he mentioned, oh my God, Victoria Heuermann or something like that. So I went, what? Vicky? Whoa, Vicky, what'd she do? Immediate thoughts. Whoa, Vicky. That's where my head's at. I had someone email me and I started reading it and then I stopped and I said, I have to put this away for later because this is about the press conference. Because I told Ron, I was like, okay, I'm going to go watch you now. And then he started and I was like, wait a minute. I want to watch this tonight. I want to react to it live for you because I was thinking, what are we going to do this evening? We were going to talk about Rex anyway. So let's do that. And then I'll watch Ron after because I want it to be fresh. I don't want to get any opinions, but I did get an email from someone who said something about Vicky's art. And can you believe it? And then I went, oh God, because I've seen Vicky's art. I've seen a couple of types of Vicky's art a long time ago. And I call her Vicky because I like it. It's fun to say Vicky. I saw Vicky's art. I'm going to be honest with you. When I saw it, I thought, wow, this kid is brilliant. Like look, I don't care. Look, I'm going to say controversial things from time to time because in my opinion, people tend to get swept away when there is crime involved. And they tend to get swept into the media hype and the buzzwords. Anytime I hear moving the goalpost or hunker down, my asshole puckers, you guys. Because like when you hear a phrase over and over from the media, that's what your asshole does. It gets annoying. It's like, I probably would have liked Nickelback back in the day, but they played him 1,000 times on the radio and I couldn't handle it anymore. It is a sort of Chinese mind torture used by their government in the 60s. And I find it really hard to hear the same thing over and over and over and over. So when I see serial killer, yes, I like to, can you guys hear me okay? Someone said, why can't I hear you? I will turn myself up. Thank you for saying that, Adam. You're the best. In all seriousness, when I hear some buzzwords over and over again, I expect them. I know because it's the lane we're in. We're in true crime, right? But when it comes to things like pop culture and what people like and the families of criminals or the families of victims, met a lot of people who have been that. And it's very eye-opening the first time you see how they react to it or what it is to see them go through it, you know? And I have seen people who were suffering the worst times in their lives. We're not going to go into too much depth that have, you know, been swept up in that or been harassed or been doxxed or been put on the news and called a thing that they absolutely weren't. And it's really hard for me to not consider these things when I hear about a family member. For example, a lot of people wanted to hate on BTK's daughter. She's the only person going in there right now, getting him to speak on things that he has never spoken on to help the victims' families get closure. People used to call John Douglas and the guys in the FBI behavioral analysis unit crazy assholes for talking to serial killers. But because of them, we now know about profiling and they've been able to funnel down cases to catch people. Bobby Joe Long would have never been caught if it wasn't for the victim who knew what to look out for because she'd seen these crime shows. And she also, like me, was in a Reno 911, whatever it was in the 80s. I remember it was an 80s show she was into. And she became a cop that busts other serial killers. If it wasn't for John Douglas, though, they wouldn't have had that lead. There were so many cases, Richard Hansen, where it's the victim and the profiler come together to whittle down and find the guy, right? So they used to call these people crazy for wanting to talk to serial killers so that they can established behavioral traits, things to look out for. And if it weren't for them, the psychopath school in San Marcos and across the country, those schools wouldn't exist. And if you don't know about those are schools for kids that lack empathy, either due to head trauma or environmental issues. Typically, a lot of them come from foster care and horribly abusive situations. They exhibit signs of psychopathy. They go to that school, and teachers who are behavioral psychologists, they have spent their entire lives practicing the same thing these profilers do, but for kids, are able to teach them using play therapy and using basically what we know scientifically from psychologists, how to reach these kids to teach them appropriate behavior, empathy, things in, do you hear my dog? He's snoring so loud. Things in their brain that their chemicals get all wonky, can't produce the right response or the right behavior or what to do. All of these things stem from other things. So, as far as I'm concerned, I think that there are people who like taboo shit, and they might be extremely versed in taboo shit. They might go to school for taboo shit. They might have weird hobbies. I like wrestling. I like seeing guys down in little superhero costumes fighting each other for a belt with gold on it. I like watching them tell a story with their bodies, and that story is, I'm going to fight you and I'm going to win this title. I like that. That doesn't necessarily mean what some people might hear that and go, oh, this person's a wackadoo. She thinks wrestling is real. Oh, no, I understand it's a story. You know what I mean? I understand it has writers, but I can see bulk amounts of people coming at me from all angles about that and then disregarding everything else I have to say. So when I see people who like a certain type of art or who are into something that is considered weird, I know a lady who does taxidermy art. She's cool as hell. She donates a lot of her time to helping children. And it's crazy to me to think that somebody might look at her and go, what a freak, what a weirdo. So what I know about Vicky is that people don't like her art and think she helped her dad. That's what I know. That's all I know. That's probably the main spoiler. I don't know. But that's what I heard. Now, I'm very interested to see what John Ray's going to say about this. Because again, I have seen the things she likes on her Pinterest, on her Etsy. Does that, let's think about it in a court stance. If you were a lawyer, does that make her a murderer? Okay, now let's think about that from a realistic stance. She was in kindergarten when he made his first kill. When he made his last kill, she was what, a little younger than a teen? What was she? She was like 16, 15? So we're to believe that this child helped him because she likes a crazy art. If you've ever seen the movie Itchy the Killer, that's a movie we used to watch in college and laugh at because the graphics were insane, but it is a dark subject matter. It is a disturbing Japanese film. And it does involve some horrific torture scenes that, if they weren't so campy, they would have been vomit inducing, but they were just crazy. And we were learning about that culture and what is considered horror to them in a specific film class. Sometimes, in order to separate yourself or dissociate so that you don't get sad and horrified and vomit on yourself, sometimes you have to look at things that way. Sometimes you see a trauma film where an arm is going through someone's neck, and to me, it's like, ugh. And to other people, it's like, oh, that's the best thing that happened in horror. Like, people like different things. So I'm very interested to see what it is that she liked that pissed him off. I'm willing to guess it's some type of anime or hentai, or maybe he's going to rip on her for being a furry. I don't know. We'll see. Also, oh my gosh, Dion, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm going to go back up. Have to acknowledge. Thank you so much. Have you ever thought of being a forensic psychiatrist? You would be great at doing this. Thank you so much for saying that, Dion. Or is it Dion? Dion. We're going to say Dion. Put a 1 in the chat, Dion, if I'm saying it right. I've thought about being lots of things. I used to want to be a homicide investigator. I used to want to work with beluga whales, even though I hate the ocean. I've wanted to be many things. My thing was always, I want to do this. Let's go try it. And then if I can get an entry level position, learn about it, and then decide if I want to do it, and then I back out. So far, when it comes to psychiatry, there's just so much involved with, I guess, taking on or soaking in a lot of various problems that have to do with abuse and child abuse. And I had a friend who was an ombudsman who tried to get into that. And she advised me that I would hate it because I get a little emotional and mad. I'm pretty good at regulating my emotions, but when it comes to like kids, again, I'm not a mom, but I'm sure but I'm not saying like I get overly reactive, but like I have a hard time. I don't, if it's an adult killer who like killed kids, I feel like I could psych him out. I feel like I could have a conversation maybe that where I make him think I'm on his side. I'm not. I'm really into that. I would love to interrogate. But with kids, after seeing some old interviews and like Burke Ramsey's and like all the interviews of these kids talking to psychiatrists, psychologists, and then seeing like people go in there and have to talk with extremely mentally ill patients who, even adults who have childlike brains, that stuff I get viscerally too emotional. And it's not just anger, sometimes it's sadness, and I feel like I couldn't handle it. I feel like it would really mess with my mental health bad. I also feel like I might get reactive and choke someone. So I appreciate that, but I haven't thought too much about that. The Hillside Stranglers to Lauren Wagner, who lived behind me. Oh, and my brother went to school with her. Oh my gosh, Marsha. We're going to do a call in one of these days, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Let me see. Yeah, let's see. I'll tell you this much. I've looked into her art, and also Adam. Hell yeah, Stone Cold. I've looked into her art, and it's honestly like a lot of, if you're into anime conventions, Comic-Con, it's that. But she's also like, she's really good at abstract. She made an abstract art self-portrait. I'll try to pull it up in a little bit. That is honestly, if she made that shit's brilliant. Like, I thought it was pretty good. Now, I've seen some art that she had pinned. I don't know that she made it. I think she just had it pinned. That was kind of disturbing. But specifically, it's in relation to this type of subculture of people who are really into Ninja Scroll, and it's very graphic. It's not hentai, but it's very, very graphic. And Japanese art, pop art, and graphic novels tend to be like that. However, there are also a serial killer, I believe it was in Korea or maybe Japan, made a graphic novel after killing and eating girls, picturing what he did. And then there's a guy here in the US who killed a woman. And I can't remember if it's like it was Drew Carey's ex-girlfriend or something. I need to look that up. I don't want to say it yet. But there was a guy who made a graphic novel based on what he did that was extremely graphic. And that type of stuff is very, very disturbing. That was made by killers. That was bad. Like, yeah, I can see how that would be not cool because there are laws against profiting off of your crime if you're a murderer. And for them to make those, crazy. I will stay on task, I promise. Okay, let's go. Let's watch it. Let's just watch it. But yeah, I just want to point out that I do think that, from what just my opinion beforehand, I just want to put this out there, is that I do think he's probably going to take a lot of shit out of context. So let's see. Let's see. All right, I'm going to put this on. We're going to start. Thank you for keeping me on track. No one get mad at people for keeping me on track either. I asked you to do that. And let's see. We'll do this. Present. Share screen. Press conference. Let's share. Let's see if this works. It's working. Fantastic. And I might sneak out of here just to let it play a little bit. Okay. Wait a minute. Going back real quick. I'm sorry. I got distracted. Your grandfather is Ivan Putski. He is on my wall. I have an autographed 8x10 of your grandpa on my wall. And your grandpa looks just like my dad, my biological dad. And when he came in and saw it, he was like, I never took this picture, because he's Polish. He's from Poland. And I'm like, no, that's a wrestler, Ivan Putski. And he said, why you have this on your wall? And he got very concerned. But that is insane. Darlene, your grandfather, big wrestling hero of mine. And Vern Gagne too. Love them both. Okay, let's go ahead and watch this. Let's watch this. That's crazy. I can't wait to tell my boyfriend that Ivan Putski's granddaughter was in my chat. Darlene, how do I take your comment off so it's not up there the whole time? Hold on. We're going to work on this. We're going to work on this. I just need to take it. Where did it go? Where did it go? Maybe this is why I need to get the moderator. I kept saying I'm not going to get one until I need one. Okay, let's see. I'm sorry. I'm trying to there we go. All right, let's watch it. Let's watch it. I'm going to start it and you tell me if it's here's what we'll do. If it's loud enough and if you can hear it good. I love pro wrestling too, Adam. If it's loud enough and you can hear it good, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if it's loud enough. If it's not loud enough, put the 2. Okay? Let's go.
Tell me when you're all ready. We're ready to go. You all ready? Good. Here we go. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, John. Where's your hat?
The first thing is I'd please ask that we're going to make a presentation, and I'll try to speak as loud as I can since we don't have a mic ourselves, and we're live streaming it.
You have 27 mics.
I'll ask that all questions await the end of the presentation. The presentation's going to take a little bit, not as long as you were worried about, but indeed we have some other people here to talk about.
I have to pause it right away. Look at those choppers. He's got some nice teeth. Oh, was your grandfather's favorite wrestler? Well, you know what? It's fine. I'm going to say you're his granddaughter anyway. You guys can hear it good? Okay, excellent. Nice choppers, John.
With me today to my right is Dr. Gary Brucato, who is a clinical and forensic psychologist, researcher.
Brucato sounds like a wine. Let's keep going.
And nationally known author for his work in the areas of violence, including serial killing, especially serial killing, mass murder, and sexual offenses, as well as severe mental illnesses.
Yeah, I can tell by his eyebrows.
He's a scholar at Boston College, an expert on the Cold Case Foundation panel. He's worked at Columbia University, the New York State Psychiatric Institute, and he's co-created the Columbia Mass Murder Database, the largest and most definitive study of mass murder ever conducted. He's written nearly 100 articles,
I don't know if that's
articles,
true.
And he's written a
has a pretty
well-known book in
comprehensive
this
one.
field called The New Evil, Understanding the
Probably
Emergence
way bigger,
of Modern
but
Violent Crime. He co-authored that with another doctor.
We're not going to get into a database size battle, but there's a school in Florida that has I think that one might have the most comprehensive. It's a database off, y'all.
He's presently working in several forensic.
Odin's, I'd love to hang on to my hat, but I didn't bring one, and apparently neither did John, and it's very concerning, and it's still bothering me. Okay, here we go.
Training programs, and he's a friend of mine, and he's been working with me on this case over the course of approximately a year. So he's here today to do some explaining and connecting of the dots that I'm going to put out there for you with what we have learned, what we have discovered.
He's not so much a dot connector as a dot wearer, in my opinion, but fair enough. And I am going to have to pause once in a while because I don't want to get kicked off for stealing a stream. I also put it on 1.25 for you guys. So don't worry. John Ray didn't just take a bunch of addies today. This is just him sped up a little. Here we go.
First, I have nothing but admiration for the work of the District Attorney Ray Tierney and his task force in their use of technology and DNA. Translation
from John Ray. With all due respect, I'm about to say some shit that's going to piss off Ray Tierney.
But we disagree on two very important subjects: the murder of Shannon Gilbert and the suspicion of culpability of the family.
He does sound like Giuliani, Adam, and I'm wondering when we're going to see hair dye drip down his head.
Of Rex Heuermann. I've been the gatekeeper in this case, or these cases, going all the way back to the end of 2011 until now.
Yeah, I know, and it's a problem.
I'm going to continue in that role.
You are?
So it's clear, because we've heard critics. I have not made one penny in this case from anyone, and the man I sued has no money. We will make no money in all the work that I have done from the beginning. We're not in this for the money.
I like him too.
And
That's
never
the
have been.
problem. I like him, even though he's kind of doing some shit that's a little derailing.
I'm in pursuit of Shannon Gilbert's killers and the full truth.
Wait a minute.
Of the facts.
Hold on. First of all, Jay, thank you for telling me that. And I will look at his pink scrunchie. What?
For the money.
He turned his head a minute.
And never have been.
Velvet? Oh, shit.
I'm in pursuit of Shannon Gilbert's killers and the full truth and the facts and circumstances surrounding.
Angela, if he did mispronounce Rex's name on purpose, that's a power move. I don't put it past John. Also, hi, Jay.
All of these murders.
He does have pro wrestler
energy.
He has Jim Cornette energy, big time.
I represent that family, the Gilbert family, and I represent several victims' families of Rex Heuermann.
Last pause for a while. I'm going to let him talk a while. I do have a question about what he just said. I thought that he only represented Shannon Gilbert's family, which I believe is one person now, right? Because the one daughter is in prison. The mom passed away at the hands of that daughter, which was so tragic. Shannon's got, so is it, he's representing one of the sisters, right? Yeah, he has. Rosenat made it a point to say John Ray has been focused on Shannon's murder when Ellie was not, but I do want to point out, and this is not my opinion, I have no idea how I feel. I'm 50-50, to be honest. They don't think it's a murder, though, right? The DA, they said that the cause of death, essentially, they haven't considered it a homicide, right? So it's not that she's been forgotten. It's that they've, I think, closed the book on that. But didn't they reopen it recently? Did they officially? I need to go check on that. I do feel, though, that some of the families have made it clear John Ray is not representing us. Or was it Gloria Allred? What's her name? Allred? Didn't she make it clear I am the representative? So it looks to me, I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say what I think a lot of us are thinking. It looks like a lawyer off. Okay. It looks like Gloria made a power move and popped off. Yes. Ariel, let's put your comment up. She popped off for a reason when she was like, I'm the only one representing the family here today. The families, right? I saw that too. Ariel, love you. You're my new best friend. Love you. Because you like wrestling too. Angie made a great point. So that happened. And now he's coming out going, I have represented the families. If he means in the past, yes. But he's really kind of stretching it, making it sound like, you know what I mean? He's representing the families and Shannon. Now, here's the thing. Not against it. Love seeing his outfits. The problem is I do worry that he derails from facts. And also, let's not forget, this guy had a press conference where he said, straight up, Bert killed all these women. He's list. This woman over here has worked in a house with a party where she saw Burke do some horrible things, and then he brought a woman up who we never saw again after that. Remember? He said she's a sex worker, blah, blah, blah. She came up, she had a press conference. I know that Burke's the one. And then what happened? Rex got caught. And I keep seeing things like that. There's something I'll show you later, and then we're going to keep going. But I'll show you this later. The thing that kind of makes me get worried about him is in his affidavit that he had the people write out. Remember, he had those witnesses write out. He makes it a point, or at least that one witness makes it a point to say that Karen Vergata looked homeless and that she looked, what was it? That she was homeless and she was hungry and that she'd apparently been on the street for a while, right? But then when we go back and we look at what the police have released on her, one of the main contributing factors to what they considered it being potentially, obviously, like a serial killing, or at least part of it, was that her toenails were painted and freshly pedicured, right? Was it her toenails or her fingernails? It looked like she just had a pedicure or manicure. So it's hard for me to kind of wrap my head around the idea of this woman was homeless, hungry, and doing sex work, and then just ended up jumping in the car with these people But then seeing that she had just had freshly pedicured, manicured nails, it just seems like contradictions of themselves. Simultaneously, he said other things that have ended up being like, that's curiously, that could be, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, here's the thing that I think could be. Remember in that one affidavit about the taxi cab driver, she said that he was wearing, I think it was a taxi cab driver. I don't have it in front of me, but I think one of those witnesses said something about him wearing a green army jacket or a camo jacket, like a hunter would. Like, didn't he release pictures the other day? Was it John or somebody else who released pictures? Either way, you see pictures of him in the woods and he has a green jacket on. That looks exactly how the taxi cab driver described it in John Ray's affidavit. Simultaneously, they described Karen as being homeless, hungry, and needing all this help. But then when her parts washed up, she had a fresh manicure or pedicure. There's things that are a little conflicting there. But I'm going to let it play for a while. Here we go.
Who survived him and were attacked by him or stalked by him.
Okay.
So I'm not here today, by the way, to just speak about exclusively about Shannon.
So others
but I'm here to
survived
speak
him.
about what we have discovered regarding one of the children and the implications of that for the family.
Oh, no.
Now, look, if you're of the school that you say all that happened to...
Okay. I just want to point out, I also had that book. I had that book. So, I mean, a lot of people have that book. I get it. I get what you're saying, you know, but I mean, I had the look. This is one of the books that Rex had. I have this book. It's a great book. I also have a weenie whacker from Lorena Bobbitt I wanted to show you again. Does that mean I cut off penises? No, it doesn't. I just have it. People have weird things. Just want to point that out. Just want to say that.
Shannon Gilbert was a coincidence. All those things were coincidences and circumstantial evidence only. No matter how strong the evidence was or is, you say it's not proof enough to suggest that she was murdered. Then you don't stay here. You don't need to.
Ariel, good point. Good point. She did come out a long time ago, though. Remember, he jumped out of her from the bushes. She was one of the first to come out. Like, he jumped out at her from the bushes and was dirty and then fucking gollumed off. I remember that.
And you don't need to watch this conference on streaming on the internet because you will be disappointed.
Jessica,
most of the things that
we know
happened, we know from circumstantial evidence. And what we have here is circumstantial evidence.
If you have circumstantial evidence, give it to the police and don't announce it in a press conference. For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. Yes, I said the F word. For fuck's sake. For the sake of all fucks. Yes, doggy. He snorged. He made a snort sound. Jessica, I understand. I agree. In some elements, yes, I do agree with you. To some respect, I do. It's about clout, though, isn't it? It's not really about money. That's what they call it, right? Clout. I call it kraut. Kraut's delicious. Okay, let's play. I'm gonna play for a while. Here we go.
But if you're able to accept that circumstantial evidence can be strong, as a great lawyer once said, as when you find a trout in the milk.
Ew. What the fuck?
That circumstantial evidence can be filled with right-minded inferences, real inferences, inescapable conclusions. This conference is for you. I'm thinking I had a case with a newly constructed wall which tipped over and broke a worker's legs. And it wasn't hard to believe that the wall was defective, even though nobody saw it tipping. That's circumstantial evidence. That's what we have here.
Wait, I gotta go back. What did he say about broken legs? Also, MK, nobody feels like this stuff is normal, like what Rex did. This isn't normal. We're talking about pop culture, items, true crime, things like that. Art is normal, you know? I mean, let me put it this way. You're watching true crime right now. If you watch Dateline, if you watch anything that has to do with true crime, and then you find out that your uncle is a murderer, Does that all of a sudden mean that you're a sick fuck and you must have been contributing? You must have had something to do with it. What if you find out your dad or your brother was? Now you might be going, that's impossible for XYZ. What if this family felt that way? They were out of town for every single murder. I have cross-referenced it. I've actually cross-referenced it with a family member who has a social media account that I don't think anybody has found yet. In fact, I know they haven't because the kid has no followers. Talk about the brother. Early on, I actually sent him a message to warn him, you should probably take this down. He does have autism. I have no doubt, because it was public, the police could see it, but he very carefully tracked his whereabouts on a gaming thing. And not a single date that I could find so far with what we know lines up with any of them being home. And I don't think he went away on his own ever because of his autism. Anyway, I just want to point that out. And thank you, Jessica, for the super sticker. I promise I'm not going to get too distracted, but seriously, I do have to pause it a lot because I don't want to get this taken down. Thank you so much, Jessica. I do agree with you. This is kind of derailing in a sense. If it is about what we think it is, I'm going to hear him out. Odin, that's a good point. Maybe John is trying, Caroline, shout outs to Caroline. Maybe John is trying to connect Vicky in an attempt to draw out RH. If he wants to keep his daughter out of it, maybe he would confess to Shannon's death. Here's the thing. If he didn't do Shannon, then we're basically doxing his dog. We're sacrificing a potential innocent. Like, it just feels wrong. At least leave it up to her. I mean, look at BTK. His daughter's like, sacrifice me, I'll go do it. But she made that choice. And everybody did the same thing to her. And here's another thing. Imagine she didn't know and she just lost her dad. And not only that, like, what if she's horrified? What if she has a lot of guilt from collecting that art or making whatever art it is they're about to shit on? You know what I mean? Here's the thing. We're not our parents. Think about, for those of you who have had abusive family members, bad people in your life who did horrible things that make you nauseous, that you could never understand. Imagine, because the platform, life, media has changed now. Imagine it happening now and it being on Banfield, Vinny, me talking about, everybody talking about it. Imagine that. And then imagine everybody going, oh my God, you used to watch CKY. You must love seeing people get hurt. Ew, you sick fuck. Like that. That's how I try to look at these things. You know what I mean? We're not our parents. We get 40% of our genetic traits from our mom and our dad. I like to think it's the best 40%. That might not be so. But there are people who know how to, I think, this is my opinion, I think there are people who know how to respond or react differently than perhaps their parents did. I also know that I don't know, but there have been studies that show the other 60% comes from your environment, your surroundings. This guy lived a hoarder lifestyle, right? What are the chances that that could have been a little on purpose? Because if you have a super clean house, you're going to notice one thing out of place. But you have a really fucking messy house, it's going to take you forever to find your keys. So imagine finding anything else that makes you go, just a thought.
Families of Rex Heuermann who survived him and were attacked by him or stalked by him.
Therapy does.
So I'm not here today, by the way, to just speak about exclusively about Shannon. But I'm here to speak about what we have discovered regarding one of the children and the implications of that for the family. Now, look, if you're of the school that you say all that happened to Shannon Gilbert was a coincidence, all those things were coincidences and circumstantial evidence only, no matter how strong the evidence was or is, you say it's not proof enough to suggest that she was murdered. Then you don't stay here. You don't need to. And you don't need to watch this conference streaming on the internet because you will be disappointed. Most of the things that we know happen, we know from circumstantial evidence. And what we have here is circumstantial evidence. But if you're
I just want to clear up what he just said. He just said, if you are of the group that thinks it was all a coincidence based on circumstantial evidence, then boy, are you in for a surprise. And you don't need to be streaming this because I'm about to tell you some shit based on circumstantial evidence. What the fuck, John Ray? First of all, I think that those are the people who do need to be seeing it, actually. Don't you? I mean, who else are you talking to? So basically, you're saying this conference is for people who agree with me only. Okay, John. Fair enough. I'm still going to watch it.
Able to accept that circumstantial evidence can be strong. As a great lawyer once said, as when you find a trout in the milk.
Again, trout in the milk, what the fuck?
That circumstantial evidence can be
Why is the guy in the
filled
back
with
shaking his
right-minded
head?
inferences, real inferences, inescapable conclusions.
Real inferences, like-minded inferences. An inference is not a fact, John.
This conference is for you.
Okay. So
I'm thinking I had a case with a newly constructed wall which tipped over and broke a worker's legs.
This is an attorney.
And it wasn't hard to believe that the wall was defective, even though nobody saw it tipping.
Again, I'm fucking, you guys are going to hate me for this. I'm going to go back again. I'll stop talking. But yes, Gothic Bree, this is the attorney of the family of Shannon Gilbert, the woman in Gilgo, if any of you don't know, who was, she was one of the last, the reason that they found all the others is searching for Shannon. Without Shannon going missing and her family raising a stink about it, as they should have, and not just a stink, they put their asses in gear. They did what you do when someone you love is missing. Her mother searched until her dying day and was vocal. And that is one of the reasons that I will never holy shit on John Ray, even though I do find him a bit silly. He is a fashion icon, let's be real. He's like that guy that dances in the Mighty Mighty Bosstones. I have a hard time hating him completely because her mom did such a great job. Her mom was an innocent queen. She went through everything. She pushed it on a bunch of cops who did not want to hear that shit. And she said, no, 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 you will look at this evidence. I want to answer. She went on every state. She did everything. She raised a fuss. She raised hell. This is her choice of lawyer. I respect her. I like Shannon's mom. I think she did a really good job. I think she cared so fucking much. And she died at the hands of one of her other daughters who was riddled with mental illness and had, I believe it was a, I'm not even going to say it, but she had some situations going on. She had a freak out. She killed her mom. It was very, very tragic and sad. She'd been suffering her whole life with this mental illness. And I'm not going to say it because I don't want to stigmatize it, because typically people with this mental illness are violent to themselves, not others. But now the remaining members of the family, the sister, I believe, is still apparently choosing to side with John Ray. Because of that, I hesitate to throw him completely under the bus, and because he has been right on a few things. However, you can be your own best friend and your own worst enemy, right? That's kind of how I feel. I will never 100% discount this man, but half of me will, because half of me thinks that he takes some things too overboard because maybe he doesn't understand some things. As far as, I guess, pop culture, society wise, things like that. I also think that he can fall victim to a lot of bullshit or maybe be overly believable. I don't think he's going out of his way to destroy the investigation Burke style at all. I really respect how he's staying on Burke's ass and on everybody's ass. This is just a tough one. This is a really tough one because sometimes he holds press conferences that are bullshit, and sometimes he puts out stuff that's like, damn, John Ray. It's a good point, dude. So here we are. Anyway, I just want to catch you up. This is the lawyer of the one victim who has yet to be considered a homicide officially pre-task force, but I believe the task force is looking into her. I think that's what I last heard. Yeah, let's see. Let's keep watching.
What we have here is circumstantial evidence.
Okay, I see. Trout in the milk. Gotcha.
But if you're able to accept that circumstantial evidence can be strong, as a great lawyer once said, as when you find a trout in the milk.
They really like that trout milk.
Circumstantial evidence can be filled with right-minded inferences, real inferences, inescapable conclusions. This conference is for you. I'm thinking I had a case with a newly constructed wall which tipped over and broke a worker's legs.
Okay, it was worker's legs.
And it wasn't hard to believe that the wall was defective, even though nobody saw it tipping. That's circumstantial evidence. That's what we have here. You will see today that Rex Heuermann's porn is matched by his daughter's tastes, his daughter's work. You will see that we are not talking here about, what should I call it? Merely murder. I say it ironically. We're talking about people who are involved and interested in torture, horrifying torture of the people we know are now dead.
Wait a minute. People, as in more than one. Hold the fuck on, dude. No, first of all, what we know, people we know. No, we know one guy who we know. We know one guy who we know was involved. You, sir, are making inferences. You are making accusations, in the words of Rick Ross. Accusations. And you get a soundboard. I'm going to note that. The people who tortured the people who tortured the victim. So you're telling me that a kindergartner all the way until she was 16, 17, that she at that age tortured victims and was into it, and you have circumstantial evidence right after telling me that these are inferences. Great. Good. So far, we're off to a fantastic start. I'm mad.
And many more yet to come. We are talking about the potentiality of cannibalism, hardcore. We are talking about the use of porno to effect what has happened.
The use of porno. Jesus fucking.
So allow me now to pull back the curtain. You know a person by the company he keeps. Do any of us deny that? You know,
I deny it. I deny it. I deny it. You know why? Because New Zealand dad was friends with that Rudy guy. You know, the one who did it, and then Amanda Knox got blamed for it, and then it turns out it was this Rudy guy. He lived in the house. He stayed at their house randomly. He would come in and out. He was friends with the New Zealand dad. New Zealand dad from the NZ fam is bae. Him and his family are amazing. He is the sweetest guy and the best dad. And in college, he hung out with that Rudy guy, and he got interrogated in the Amanda Knox case. That was his company. He didn't do anything. I went to church with a family who one of the girls married a guy, and that guy shot the church up and killed everyone. He's not the company I kept, but he was the company that was around. He was around everybody once before the riot, like a week before at the Fall Festival. Nobody really talked to him that much, but he was there. He attended the church. Does that mean everybody was involved in the coup? Do all of his coworkers that he goes out to these parties with, are they now torturing John? For fuck's sake.
Know a person by what they read, what they look at, and that's especially today with the internet, the choices they make, of which there are many. You know about people who agree.
Yeah, I just want to be fair, Adam. Love you to death, but nothing wrong with boomers. Some boomers are pretty cool. I mean, I'm not ever going to shit on Gen Z, millennials, Gen X, boomers as a whole, because some are pretty fucking cool. I know a 90-year-old guy who is a Domino's champ who gave me my dog, and he is awesome. And he used to work at a gun show, and the guy who sat up next to him at the gun show was fucking David Koresh. And he's like, that guy was real nice. He had a ladies' room. He had great stories. Adam says nothing wrong with boomers at all. Everybody, I'm just saying, I think Adam was just kind of joking. Yeah, you were goofing. You were goofing on John Ray. He has, you know what I think Adam was saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, is that John Ray gives off the kind of like how there's Karens, but there's Karen Reed, and then there's the use of Karen as an evil word. There's boomer in a good way, just the general, he's a baby boomer. And then there's boomer as in what we consider a bad word or a slur. I think he's saying this is what they mean, right? That energy. See, he likes Mr. Fancy Pants, Adam was saying. He loves that you are boo. Okay, I got it wrong. Steely Dan are boomers? Yes, they are, actually. Good point. Nope, not today, says I'm a boomer. Listen, boomers, bumpers, bangers, whatever. We're all there. We're all human. Yeah, his age. You can kind of tell that he's a little there's some things that he needs to learn about culture and society that are going to shock him. Let's just say that. I think he's drawing a lot of conclusions.
Agree with you, what you say, what you do, who have the same experiences as you have.
That's not
done
true.
what you have done.
They don't have the same experiences.
We know you by the friends you keep. We know you by reputation. The
true.
things which in essence reflect you and your experiences.
And your reputation is the whole fucking press conferences where you freak out sometimes about nothing. And other times you got something and you act like it's no big deal, sir. Get a new assistant.
Now, this is Victoria Heuermann.
Where? She's there?
All right, we're giving out the... This is the first pack.
Oh my God.
There will be 2. And all of this will be online as well.
Oh my God, I thought she was there.
Forgive me. By the way, these the full color ones were extremely expensive. And we have a budget.
Yeah, his porno, Adam. He says porno. Petty Mason. Every time I think of like a rich white male boomer, I think of a separate piece. Those dudes that jump out of the trees. Remember that book we had to read? They go to reform school. Very much like that Supreme Justice guy.
We say that the evidence we have, and this is just the beginning of the evidence you will see today. The evidence that we have suggests that we've been sold a story by the Heuermann family.
No, it suggests that I want that guy's eyebrows on the left.
And the picture that's to the right. That's Victoria Heuermann as she tried to appear to the press when you first confronted her at the home in Massapequa Park. There she is.
Okay, first of all, you've got easels all around you, motherfucker. And you chose to print out a black and white photo. Okay, here's a thought. That's pretty manipulative because the photo on the left is her pop art self-portrait, and it's ran through a filter that everybody got on their phones a couple of years ago and said, hey, this is cool. Let me take a picture. Even I think I have one. You know what I'm talking about? Where everybody gets on the AI trend. She took a picture where she's like, oh, she's an artiste. She went to NYU for art. Pretty sure the first thing they fucking make you do is make an Andy Warhol looking picture of yourself for one of the Design 1 classes. Pretty sure for tessellations, they just make you paint weenuses in order in different shades of gray, literally. Like, she went to art school in New York. What do you expect, dude? It's, first of all, if you would have put it in color, it would have shown that that's Andy Warhol style pop art and it's a filter and it's something she had on social media that she briefly used. Second of all, that picture of her on the right is her taken by the paparazzi leaving a place. I'm pretty sure like with just her mom and her brother. And she's wearing a backpack backwards. That's not her trying to appear. If anything, she doesn't seem to be trying at all. She's not wearing makeup. She's wearing a broomstick skirt, which I haven't seen since 1997. And she's kind of just there. She's not, it's not like she's dressed like Kanye's new wife, for fuck's sake. It's from her LinkedIn Gothic. Yeah, I mean, it's on a couple of her old socials. Like, she's got multiple socials. She posted in all these anime groups about wanting to meet up and go to conventions. Remember when this is the same guy, by the way, who said that Rex Heuermann and Asa were heavily into hentai and anime and all these different things and art and furries and going to Comic-Con. They made a big deal out of the furries. And what did I say? I said, that's ridiculous. Rex was not a furry. If anything, his daughter or son's accounts, which I ended up finding out were true, his daughter and son's accounts reflect that they think bronies and furries are funny, and that they are into anime stuff, and that they are heavy gamers, and that they like LARPing in the Renaissance Festival. That's what they post. Victoria, posts in groups about that. She wanted to go to San Diego Comic-Con. She thinks furries are hilarious. I think they're funny too. So does Violent J and Shaggy Two Dope's daughter, one of their daughters. I mean, for fuck's sake, dude. He's really, I can already see where he's going. Let me guess. I'm just going to take a wild guess. I can't wait to see if I'm right. Is he going to say that she's into sadistic torture and porn, likely because she's into furry culture, anime? Maybe he's going to bring up the hentai, which really was an artist that crossed over to hentai, and it wasn't something salacious that she was looking at. I'm going to guess he's probably going to pull a still from something like Ninja Scroll. It's probably going to be someone with, like, I don't know, a penis getting ripped off or their head or throat being cut. He's probably going to pull up some sort of shit about Comic-Con or her dressing up. Maybe, I don't know, maybe at a Ren Fair with a sword. And he's going to be like, this is what they did it with. Let's see.
Is in her little girl's uniform. She's 27 years old with a school bag draped over her. Her hair in a nice little bun. Very innocent looking person. The other picture is also Victoria Heuermann. As she really is, as she portrays herself on the internet, as she actually looks.
Oh, this is all right. I'm pissed now.
We've been sold a bill of goods.
We've been sold a bill of goods because she did this with a pop art filter. She must have done it. She must have done it. Listen to me. She posed like this, so she fucking did it. Mosquito, let's highlight your comment. I agree. Let's not forget history, people. Like, oh, I don't know. John Ray so far not being right about anything that the police have agreed upon, except for potentially the affidavit witnesses maybe being correct or maybe having experienced wrecks. That's it. That's it. So far, that's it. Historically speaking, we know that the West Memphis 3 didn't fucking do it and that they spent their lives in prison. We know that San Antonio 4, southwest of Salem, spent 10 years in prison. They didn't fucking do it. We know that Dan and Fran here in Austin, they never tortured a child, but they went to prison for it. The kid in Georgetown who made the weed brownies, who they said was a pedo, he didn't do it. He went to prison for it. He lost his football scholarship. Is actually a neighbor. Holy shit, the amount of time Satanic Panic liking a thing, knowing about a thing, or taking a picture has caused people to go to prison. What the fuck? Is he serious? He's serious. He is serious, isn't he? Oh, good. Wow, he's going to get sued.
If you look at her artwork, in the top page, her artwork consists that she posted online of a human skull.
Yeah.
That's
hey,
just
you know who else? You know who else molds human skulls? You know who else makes those sculptures? Sculpture class. Sculpture class in college. When you are an art student, you also have to do nude drawing typically. You have to draw it. You know why? To get facial structure down. You know who else does that? You know who else does that? People who are sketch artists involved in crime scene forensics. You know who else does it? Goth kids that used to steal from my Spencers. That's all I'm saying.
the beginning.
Oh my God. What if she was
After
into
the
the craft?
indictments, oddly enough,
She had a Farouja Balk
folks
poster.
took
She
the
did it.
picture. You see Victoria Heuermann walking out, I believe it from her house. And I thought it was odd when I saw it. But you'll notice she's wearing a shirt.
No.
That depicts, right after her father is indicted, for these murdered women, it depicts a human skeleton. That's what she's wearing.
Hey,
I'm
me
going to
too,
show
John
you what
Ray.
she's looking at.
You're dressed
on
like
the
a
internet.
pimp. Are you pimping women,
And please,
John?
do not indulge in
This
moral
is pissing me
posturing
off.
that I am merely shaming her,
No, you are merely
who is
shaming her,
also
you
a victim of
fuckface.
sorts, and she is a victim for sure of
And
her
you're
family.
wearing a fucking pink velvet scrunchie and you're shaming her, and I liked your scrunchie and now you're shaming her and now I don't like it and I don't even like her. You're making me like a serial killer's daughter. How dare you, John Ray?
Don't do that, because she's a 27-year-old woman who tore off the cloak
The
of
cloak?
victimhood when she chose to take a handsome profit for herself and for her lawyer from Peacock. For
Peacock? Okay. Oh, wow. First of all, holy shit. I can't say some things because, again, NDAs are a bitch. I worked on a true crime documentary a while back with who he just mentioned. Let's say that. And the victims' families were absolutely lied to. They were ran through the ringer. It worked in affiliation with a company that rhymes with Brumhouse. Let's just say that. And another one that I really like, that I watch programming on, that has to do with wrestling. And the way those producers fucked over that family. First of all, I didn't get paid and none of them got paid, the victims, but the guy that they thought did it, he got paid. And guess what? We told him he didn't do it. And they didn't like the evidence we showed. So they edited a lot of our shit out. And they also lied about the title. They said it's going to be about this missing girl. And it ended up being titled around the subject, the guy that they thought did it. And also, there was no it to do because the woman's still fucking missing and they didn't give a shit. So anybody who thinks that this idea or that this profit that Asa and the family are making is in their best interest and they're doing it to be selfish, trust me, they're going to get fucked over big time. I have yet to see anybody in the true crime realm that worked in production or worked on a documentary like that. And because I do comedy, I've met a lot of fucking people who are in that industry. And I'm telling you, I've yet to see a single one that's happy. Even the people who are working on it, they literally changed the people that they independent contracted with over and over and over. Everyone I know who has worked on a documentary with them has had a nightmare time. And I know a lot of people who have, believe it or not. It's been a nightmare. I have no doubt that Asa and the daughter and them are probably going to regret or suffer at the hands of that documentary. Does that change the fact? Are you crying? No, he's awake. Does that change the fact that they might be making $1 million from it? No, it doesn't. That sucks. That really sucks. At the same time, I do have to keep in mind, if Asa really has cancer, if the family genuinely believes that he's being set up, or they were in shock and they're in trauma and they're trying to heal and figure it out, maybe they hate their dad now. We don't know. They haven't spoken about it. But it was Asa's decision to sign that shit, right? We can't blame the autistic boy. We can't blame the daughter. I just don't think it's safe. I don't think it's fair. And you know what? If we find out later that she was in there helping, then by all means, shit on her with all the diarrheas you got from Easter's. But until we see actual physical evidence, this is pissing me off.
openly displaying the pretend picture
I
of
don't
this
know who this
innocent
donor lady is.
little girl persona who had nothing to do with what went on in that house.
I do, Caroline. You said that you think that there's something shady with that family, right? There's something weird going on there, but who's to say what it is? You know, there's always, my hometown had that one family that was real fucking weird. And then you find out later it was a sad situation. You know, again, we don't know what went on in that house. What if it was what BTK put his family through? What if it was what Robert Ben Rhodes put his family through? What if it was what Bobby Joe Long did to his wife and his kids? The kids thought he was the best, but the wife got beat to shit. People have different experiences. We don't know. I mean, Asa could be evil and the kids could be innocent. But again, I have yet to see anything other than they were hoarders. I could see Asa being desperate because when he's in prison, like, they have no income at all. We saw how much he kept in his revolving bank account. It was what, $53K on average? Lawyers are expensive. Lawyers for a serial killer, super expensive, probably. Rex seemed to keep everything in pocket. A lot of stuff was his responsibility. She doesn't seem to have a job from what I can tell. They've got a lot of bills, I'm sure. I just imagine if she has breast cancer, she's got an autistic son, their insurance likely in his name. He pays for everything, and now he's in prison and everybody fucking hates you. Here's the thing. The neighborhood came together to help. Melissa Moore came out to help. People seemed in the neighborhood to wrap their arms around this family and have to take care of them. We have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge that. They were getting help from people, groceries. There was compassion. She did do a short interview or two, Asa did, where she talked about that help and that compassion. Can't help but notice that Melissa backed the fuck off real quick. Boom, there's $1 million contract. Is what we've heard, right? And what we don't know is, first of all, groceries expire, right? You eat them. Did people gather around to help with money for her situation? We don't know that yet. Hi, honey. We don't know that yet. So because we don't know that yet, we don't know if, did all of that help with her not having insurance? Was she thinking ahead of the future, realizing I'm about to be alone because I think my husband did it? And then she files the divorce shit. But then we also hear from others, like the attorneys, that she's supporting him. It's kind of in limbo right now, but I'm not ready to shit all over the daughter yet. I'm just not. I'm sorry. Maybe I will one day, but we'll see. Let's keep watching this, and then I'm going to wrap it up. Oh.
She did that at the real victim's expense for a price. She herself marketed her false image. Her true self, a vastly different self, is fair game because of what she's done. What she has witnessed, what she has perhaps gone beyond witnessing, you draw the inference. I'm not going to feed it to you. You draw the inference. Here is my assistant and expert technician, Lena Odgett, who's going to explain to you these posters and how we came to acquire them and how we can be sure they are from the daughter.
All right, let's see what's on the posters. Wish he could have gotten a poster earlier. What do we have here? Oh, that's pretty gross. Oh, there it is. That's the Japanese stuff I was talking about.
My assistant, Nani, and Frances Nicotra, who's a co-administratrix for the estate of Shannon Gilbert and the estate of Mary Gilbert, and has worked with me on these cases for years. Now, Lena's going to talk to you about the technical side of these pictures.
I will say this much about the hair. Right here, Lairdale. I think it's interesting that on his list, it didn't say anything about look out for families' hairs, right? Makes me wonder if he's kind of throwing his family under the bus. Because that's the thing. Everybody wants to believe that a serial killer would never let anything happen to their kids or their wife because, I've even said it before to them, they're like possessions, but really they're like an extension of the killer. Profilely speaking. It's like an arm getting cut off, right? You cut off a serial killer's arm, they'll kill with the other hand. They'll survive. It's not the end of the world. If these guys really loved their family, if serial killers really love their family, if their family was someone that they would never cause harm to, then they wouldn't fucking kill to begin with. Because they have to know it's all going to fall down and crumble one day. They have to. Or they have to consider it. If they really love their family, really loved them and cared about them, they wouldn't serial kill. They just wouldn't. And if you want to minimize it to any other thing, just like cheating or something like that, or hitting them. They really love them, they wouldn't do those things, right? Sometimes people look at the family as complicit. They don't realize that, the family is a possession to them or a thing that is attached to them. You know what I mean? Just like they're a possession in a sense, just like the victim. They're not afraid to victimize their own family if it means preserving themselves. They're that selfish. It is a self-preservation thing. This is just my opinion. But yeah, I think that, I'm sorry, Caroline, for scrunchy shaming. I'm really sorry. But it's velvet and it's pink and it's in John Ray's hair. And he really does have a rat tail at this point. So why even have a fucking scrunchie at all, sir? It really bothers me. Anyway, I think that people think, well, if they see it as an extension of themselves, if their family is, then, I hate a serial killer's arm, therefore I hate the serial killer. Listen, you can feel how you want, but I don't know. There's maybe been 4 serial killers in history whose family was complicit or did know and let it happen or helped. Maybe 4 or 5 that I can think of that are on his level out of hundreds, and it was pretty early on figured out. Like, what's his name? The toolbox killer. I know his name. Frick. Somebody say it in the chat. He had the dental chair out in the, where was it? Truth and Consequences. David Parker Ray. That's his name. That guy used his daughter to lure victims, and he had a spouse. There was the couple in California in Chico, It's very, very rare. And usually, yeah, David Parker Ray, usually, pretty quickly. I can see him actually using his family as a way to lure away from it. Here's the other thing though. Why put their hair at all if you didn't want to get caught? It will still eventually come back to you. It's low cards exchange, right? He just fucked up. But again, about the hair, I expect there to be a lot of hair in that house. Honestly, when I saw the pictures, it's a hoarder house. Dog hair, cat hair. I used to clean for people like that. I'm telling you, there's hair everywhere. In the words of Chris Carralla from Dashboard Confessional, her hair was everywhere. Screaming infidelities, dude. Let's look some more. I'm going to get rid of myself so I can pay attention for a minute.
We can be reasonably certain that the Tumblr blog, which is what these pictures come from.
Oh, Jesus, from Tumblr?
Account and blog in question, attached to the username Vinandimadtour, is operated by Victoria Heuermann for various reasons. First, we see from Victoria's LinkedIn her profile picture. This same profile picture is identical to a selfie posted to the Tumblr account. Vinandimadtour on June 10th, 2018, posted alongside art signed Victoria Heuermann, 12/1/15, as well as a clay modeling of a human skull. Second, Victoria, on her LinkedIn, links to a now defunct website with the URL www.vinandimadtour.art, which presumably once showcased her artwork. You'll notice that this website URL mirrors the username of the Tumblr account and is likely a reference to an Icelandic word or phrase, which I'll talk about later. For reference, Victoria's now deleted Instagram also used this handle username. The same website is also linked in Victoria's Tumblr's biography. If you navigate to Victoria's Tumblr, you will find a tab to view her posts, as well as a tab to view a list of the accounts she follows on Tumblr. Her posts consist of her artwork, some of which is included in the digital file that I will be sharing with everybody today, and printed for you in the packet we will be circulating. And on her Tumblr profile, a single reblog. A reblog on Tumblr is when one reposts a post from another blog onto one's own blog. This single reblog made by Victoria is from an account which specializes in the production and distribution of illustration furry pornography. The reblog post is of the user, which Victoria follows, advertising where their content can be found beyond Tumblr, right?
I don't like her tone. Girl, let's go look at your history of what you reblogged on Tumblr. On this day, 10 years ago, she reblogged a thing with Jeffree Star in it, and he is known as a sex pest because one time he pissed off Tana Mongeau at the Comic-Con. Oh my God, girl, get rid of the tone if you're going to be speaking to Inside Edition, for fuck's sake. This is honestly so annoying. I kind of don't want to finish it. We'll keep going. It is giving theater kid, Laura. Laura said it. Nope. Well, yeah, Mosquito said it too. Bad Karen, not good Karen. There are good Karens, but bad Karen. It is giving theater kids. It is giving homegirl from Glee, Rachel from Glee. Jesus. It's really like a furry. She reblogged a furry. Do you know what reblogging is? She did explain it pretty well. It's First of all, it's not standing in Tumblr. Sometimes it's reblogging for the purpose of drawing attention to. Like, holy shit, this is fucked up. This is gross. Did they include any of the captions? Also, simultaneously, one of the issues with Tumblr back in the day was that you could reblog a picture and then they would go in and edit it and change the picture. And then later that picture would show up and they had to fix that because people would blog something cute and then you'd reblog it and then they change the source picture to something from Hitler. And then it looks like all these people reblog something from Hitler and they had to fix that. It makes me wonder if she reblogged this artist and then they used that URL to replace it with another image that maybe she didn't like, or maybe she liked that art. Maybe she was studying horror art. Maybe she's someone into horror. Maybe. I understand that her dad is a serial killer. Don't get me wrong. It hits different when your dad's a serial killer. I get that. But she's not, as much as we know, a serial killer, and she was so young. Also, Tumblr, really? And it's so old that you had to go get it back from a cache file. That means this was, 10 years ago? She was in high school, dude. She was in high school, and people in high school, listen, we all watched Requiem for a Dream. I told you, I used to watch Itchy the Killer. People watch fucked up shit, and they go, ew, that's disgusting. And sometimes they go, wow, this is fascinating. There are people who want to be funeral directors and learn to embalm bodies because they find it fascinating. There are people who become medical examiners and do autopsies for a living that we all stand and praise. But when they were a kid, they were doing the same shit Jeffrey Dahmer was with those animals. Yes, her dad is a serial killer. Does that make her one? No. Not as far as we know. So far, the evidence we've seen is an old Tumblr post that's got to be 10 years old.
Right before Tumblr affected a ban on adult content. For those who are unfamiliar, a furry is someone who is an enthusiast for anthropomorphized animal characters, often portrayed in sexualized fashion. A sampling of this person's content can be found on the Twitter account ebchimera_adult.
Listen, I do want to point out also, Melissa Moore, other family members of serial killers have spoken out to this. They've seen their they've gone with their parents to things and not known what it was. The Iceman, I mean, you know what I mean? And then later on they go, oh shit, he took me to this place where this happened. Does that change anything for you? Or do you still think they killed someone with their daddy? I don't know. It seems crazy to me.
I might add that these images are not for the faint of heart. It is cartoon pornography, but it depicts various grotesque acts of bestiality. That this person produces grotesque cartoon hentai-style pornography is significant, as it is seemingly the only account with which Victoria has engaged publicly.
It is if you're Jen Soto and if you are Stefan Stearns, because one neglected their kid and the other killed and murdered the kid. Yeah, it's weird in that context. It's weird if you're Rex doing it. Let me pose another thought to you, because this is common with pedophiles and killers who have children. They will use their kids' accounts to do their activity so that other kids trust them. So if you're Rex and you have an 18-year-old daughter who's an art student, or a 16-year-old daughter, or a 20-year-old daughter, and you happen to know her accounts because you have Life 360 or some shit like that, or you just have your kid and you know what their accounts are because you monitor their social media, what's to stop him from creating a mirror image account of hers so that he can try to reach out to people that are of her age or lure in girls of her age? How do we even know that is 100% Victoria and not her dad being extra gross? Because that has happened a lot more than this has happened. I'll tell you that much.
Deeming this person's content worthy of a reblog, and that according to the district attorney, Rex Heuermann himself searched specifically for hentai porn.
Thank you,
Searches
Stephen Ireland.
which the DA described as sadistic.
Hold up. Good point. Hey, Rex himself searched hentai. I wonder if I'm onto something. I wonder if these are all even Victoria's. I wonder if that Tumblr blog was her old Tumblr blog and then she abandoned it and then Rex reopened it and then he started liking that stuff. And then the reason he deleted it was because he was like, oh shit, my daughter will find this. Like, oh, this is pissing me off. You guys were right.
While Victoria's likes on Tumblr are not available for public review, some counts are. She has chosen.
I gotta say, oops, I made it too small. I gotta say, I kind of was expecting furries because he did seek out some other things online, but I'll tell you this much. I only expected it because of that. When it comes to her, as soon as I heard art student, I figured there'd be some furries, some weird shit. There's probably gonna be some serial killery shit. A lot of people in art school go through the blood, guts, gore phase, and they also go through the nudity phase in art because it's controversial, and controversial is hot right now, you guys. And that's kind of how the art scene is. It's let's push boundaries. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's just, yeah, she's 27 now, but like 10 years ago, right, was 2004. So she would have been 17. So around the times, so 2006 was when, sorry, 2014. So she's 27 now. So in 2014, she would have been 17, right? 3 years before was when they found all the bodies. So 60, 54. She would have been 14 when they found those bodies, which means that when he actually killed these other women, she would have been in kindergarten. I mean, hell, dude. Like, and what did she help with? You know? Yeah, I agree with you, Ariel. This is one of the best comments. The framework of this case is centered around young men and women who didn't lead conventional lives, and being inconsistent in the grace we give his daughter when she's likely been victimized herself isn't cool. Exactly. Great point. I mean, shit, you guys. Even if so his last kill that we know of so far is what, 2010? She would have been a kid. I don't understand so now we're shaming her because she went through a furry phase. I cannot stress enough. I was high school mascot. Are you going to shit on me for being a furry? God, it pisses me off.
Not to make hers public.
I'm not a furry.
We can look to the list of accounts she follows to inform us as to what kinds of images Victoria is viewing. Upon examination of the roster of accounts Victoria follows on Tumblr, nearly every account is focused on the circulation of furry art and images. Victoria has a preference for furry pornographic material and dark, macabre art.
That face she just made for furry pornographic material. Girl, don't make me pull up your Tinder profile right now and show everybody what you like. Oh, I don't like her. It's not that I don't like her. I don't like her tone. I don't like it.
As seen on various accounts. And I'll go into some of these accounts right now. There's Ebony Chimera, a furry porn content creator. NIEH Furry, a furry content and furry porn creator. I guess I should be thankful. A furry porn and furry content creator who links to a fan fiction account of theirs on a website called Archive of Our Own, which publishes explicit content. This person's works and bookmarks displays a preference for fan fiction with the self-described themes of graphic depictions of violence, rape, child abuse, strangulation.
She liked an artist who made a thing. And if you go to that artist page, they made other things and they liked other things that were graphic depictions of this, that, and the other. Okay, so now we're extending so now Victoria is responsible for what her dad did, what the artist she liked, what the artist who she liked, who she shared a tumble of, liked and then made later in life. And because they all that person liked the thing that this person liked, that this person made, that had to do with rape, Victoria did it. Let's not remind ourselves that she was a fucking child. Let's just make fun of her for being a closet furry. Let's just shit on her for being a furry. Look, I think furries are fucking weird, but I don't think they're all murderers.
Underage prostitution, asphyxiation, and rough sex. Squeak Squad 524, a blog which describes itself as an art blog of Yiffertons, Yif and its derivations, being slang terms used by furries to refer to pornographic content of anthropomorphic animal characters.
No, they use that to refer to anything. It's like how, you know, how dogs go bark, bark in comics. That's one of their things. It's like juggalos saying whoop, whoop. It's not restricted to that. This is crazy.
Lilera, the account from which most of these images come.
You know that when you poke someone on Facebook, you're actually committing a sex crime. That's what this sounds like.
And it's an account which circulates disturbing images of gore, violent pornography, and other fetish content. The content creator describes themselves and their blog and their bio as a gore whore, with content warnings.
Yeah, maybe Elizabeth. Maybe she's a closeted furry.
Hard vor, violence extreme. Vor being cannibalistic imagery of a victim eaten alive. This is to quote the dictionary. The prey's flesh being ripped, chewed, or bitten, resulting.
I don't even believe this part, to be honest, because I went through all of her profiles. I think she got one that she thinks is Victoria, or Ray John was sent one, and I think they're attributing it to her because I went through every single profile. She's not into gore. She was never into gore. I've yet to see anything. Someone send it to me. Prove it to me. It looks like it was a retumble from someone else that they're blaming her for, which, I mean, now I'm going to want to go. I need to go back and make sure, because part of me thinks that they are actually pulling from something that actually isn't her, in which case they will get sued.
In horrific injuries and often loss of life. According to a translator familiar with Scandinavian languages with whom we consulted, Victoria's account handle, Vinan de Madtour, may itself be an allusion to eating and...
Hold up. That's the handle? That's not her handle. I don't think that's her handle, actually. I need to go back over my notes. Here's the thing. That could be a handle that pinged at their or was under their IP, and that might have been an old friend or ex of Victoria's. It could be Victoria, but you cannot tell me without a doubt that that also wasn't Rex. Rex could have, I really truly think that he started some alt accounts, because he used Asa's and he used two other women's for alt accounts. And I'm not going to say what yet, but that's shit that I've already sent in. I'm just telling you, there are accounts that he used as if he were others. So he also wrote in the European side, remember the OU in his list? And simultaneously, he did attempt to write out or use Google Translate, apparently, for a few things in the past. And it makes me wonder if that account is actually Rex. I am willing at this point to bet 75% that this is all Rex, or they are misattributing something to Victoria.
Consumption, a disturbing reference when considered in the context of the hard vor fetish content Victoria views and follows.
I'm going to take you through a few points. The rest of them speak for themselves. But if you don't mind.
Okay, ponytail, there it is. There's the scrunchie. Fuck. You're all right. That is a rose-colored scrunchie.
There are many pictures besides what I'm showing you.
Oh my God.
That are equally as bad, if not worse. We just thought these.
That one on the right looks like it's from. I got to be honest with you. The one on the right actually looks like it's from a graphic novel by the guy who, Kirkman and Moore, Tony Moore and Robert Kirkland. They made a comic book. You guys might know it. It became a show called The Walking Dead. Before that, they actually had a graphic novel series called, I think it was called Auschwitz, and then one called Mouse or something with Mouse. And they all kind of worked together on different projects. And they did do graphic novels of horror depictions that are extremely similar to some of these that were specifically made to induce a disturbed feeling in the readers because they were trying to show you how fucking bad the Holocaust was. Just like in wrestling, I hate to relate it to that, when they're trying to build up how bad a heel is. So they have them maybe empathize with someone horrible. They're telling a story, and that story is, oh my God, there was a lot of suffering and torture, and they show it in a graphic depiction. That's exactly what the one on the far right really does look like that. It wouldn't surprise me if that's a reblog of a picture from one of those comics. It looks very much like those old Kirkman Moore. Maybe it was just Kirkman, but anyway, it looks like that. R.I.P. Bray Wyatt. Adam, thank you for saying that. Firefly's in the chat. Firefly's in the chat. Fuck, I love him. Agree, no bot today.
Do you want me to bring them to you? Yeah. That's a good idea.
Yeah, reason me not. They were gruesome.
Right there.
In fact, all of these are gruesome, and every single one of these, I bet you $1 million comes from a graphic novel. And there are some about serial killers and stuff that are extremely graphic. I mean, shit, R. Crumb used to get shit back in the day because of his graphic depictions of humans who weren't even naked. They just didn't like the shading. And then when he went on to do the entire book of Genesis, Christians praised him and said, yay, you know, R. Crumb did something for the Christians. And then they saw it and they went, oh my God, there's so much nudity. This is disturbing. What did you give me? This is graphic porn. I gave it to my niece and nephew for them as a gift because it's an incredible graphic novel. And they thought that it was like precious moments and gave it to their kids. And then they freaked out on me for that. And I was like, yo, listen, that is not for them. This is a very extremely artistic it's literally the entire Bible done by R. Crumb, one of the most famous inkers of all time. He worked with what's his name, Harvey Pekar on American Splendor. Artists, when they're trying to convey pain, one of the reasons that I love Kill Bill by Tarantino is because of some of those scenes that they show, which, yes, they're graphic, but the story being told when they rise up and get revenge, that's where the goods are. That's where the goods are. The gabagool. So yeah, I'm not ashamed to say it. I used to read Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, all this shit. The stuff that she's looking at, yeah, it looks gross, but let's not forget that when we were all in middle school, if you're in my generation, we had rotten.com and we would goof around and put that on just to gross out our teachers, you know? But I really do think that this could be Rex. And they're just shitting all over Vicky right now.
We chose these pictures because of the significance in relation to Rex Heuermann, as well as his daughter, Victoria. Take a look. It's people hanging. That's what she's looking at. But look particularly at this particular person hanging. There's a shoe missing. Sandra Castilla was found with a shoe missing. This seems to be a fetish that was indulged in by Rex Heuermann, a fetish that is depicted and looked at by his daughter. That's a connection. Perhaps this is a stretch and perhaps not, but look at the hairstyle and consider Rex Heuermann's hairstyle. But this is a picture of a person who's hung. Remember that Rex Heuermann is using points to hang people. This person is hung and disemboweled with a knife that's in the picture. Yep. This appears to be the remains of a human being that looks half-eaten. Remember that Victoria Heuermann is on the internet reading words and looking at pictures that deal with hard vor. That is to say, cannibalism. If you look at the full color packet I gave you, there are other pictures in there that are so atrocious we didn't even put them up. Worse than what you see, of people eating human flesh.
You guys, I'm coming back. Hold on. Sorry, I had to go off screen. I'm going to let it play through a little longer and do that again because I just spilled my coffee all over my freaking Basil Osint book, my lap, my chair, the ground. God, it was a good coffee. It was nice while it lasted. I did hear what he was saying when that was happening. But I'm going to be honest with you again, it's just Japanese like graphic novels. The thing where he had the one with the breasts cut off is extremely disturbing, but again, it is a small part of a massive group of graphic novels. I think about a killer if it's the one I think it is. Also, you know, keep in mind a lot of these artists who ink this shit, they also ink Marvel comics. So if you hate that, you gotta hate Captain America, you gotta hate whoever's in that shit. You know what I mean? If you hate that, you gotta hate The Walking Dead. It's by default, right? The shoe being gone is reading so much into it that I can't eat. Like, I'm not even gonna acknowledge that. That's so dumb. If it was just Rex and we knew it was Rex and he was controlling her account, wouldn't shock me in that case. You know, I'm more interested in his doodles than what his daughter looked at a decade ago on a Tumblr. Considering she's an art student, I'm surprised there isn't worse. I mean, and some of you are like, what? That's crazy. I think these are a family of freaks. Fine, you can think what you want. I'm just saying, let's not, here's a stupid phrase, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. First of all, throwing out the bathwater, just pull the drain. What are we doing here, people? Yeah, it is like yelling fire in a packed theater, isn't it? It really is. He's going to get sued, dude, and that sucks because he's got good scrunchies. Let's keep going because I got to wrap this up soon. Everything around me is soaked in coffee, and this book is like picture, $70 freaking dollars.
If you look, brand new. It has a strange familiarity when you see it because the torso shows that the.
Also, if you ever watched Dexter, you did it too. You're in on it. You helped Rex. Because guess what? Dexter also had a graphic novel companion with much worse.
The arm is chopped off at the elbow. And the head is, of course, disconnected as well. And the body is being cut up into pieces, the hands, and so on. Who does that match? Jessica Taylor?
Jessica Taylor and all the people Rex killed are not men. That is a man.
Valerie Mack?
Just saying. Yeah, none of these are Victoria's creations, by the way. That's a good point. If I didn't say it earlier, I must stress these are things that she reblogged and retumbled. Maybe. I don't think that was her screen name, you guys. I think they're really fucking themselves here. I think that they, you know what really could be weird is if some troll who was really into the case when Rex was announced went back and changed their profile picture to hers and then made this. And by making this, I mean replacing it with old posts. Totally doable. I mean, if somebody trolled John Ray this hard, that's crazy. That is batshit crazy. And oh my God, how fucked up for the victims' families too. But also how fucked up for the suspect's family in a way, because goddamn. I mean, again, I just have a hard time believing that we gotta blame the family for that. I don't. Like this. I feel like he kind of like wasn't Asa always like, people were like, man, she was always kind of in need of things because he wasn't around, and she was, I mean, he did send her away a lot. Like this, he feels very neglectful and a hoarder. Maybe he was a good dad to them and hateful to all these people and killed. We really don't know much. But I know one thing for sure, that Vicky didn't make these, so why are we looking at them?
Slicing up as if it were for food.
As if it were for food. It's like how that pizza looks really tasty on the Ninja Turtles, huh, John? Jesus Christ.
This is a picture of a female human body, completely disemboweled in the front, with her entrails hanging over her vagina and her legs chopped off. Some of the things that she was reading about, which I'm going to put before you in a moment, some of the things she's reading about was how when these bodies were disemboweled and cut up, the torturer would have sex with the openings, such as in the leg. That's what she's reading about. This is very interesting. Here is a woman. There is a woman who's completely garroted by the horns of a deer head, which is a favorite theme in this picture she's looking at. Deer, they have to do with witchcraft.
Okay, hold on. First of all, John Ray, that's not what a garrote is. That's not what a garrote is. That's not what a garrote is. A garrote is a thing that goes around your neck that you twist. She's impaled. She's impaled. So we got the word wrong. Fair enough. Second of all, what the fuck? Why is he showing this? This is just gruesome and graphic. And again, not her. Oh, she read about these things. Guess what? We're learning about Lisk right now, and it's pretty gruesome and graphic. That doesn't make us all serial killers. Yes, her dad was a serial killer. Was she? No. Was she around when this happened? Nope. Was she a child when he killed people? Yep. Like, I still don't understand. I don't understand why. Here's another thing. Let's say she was, and she didn't kill people. Maybe it's really hard for her figuring out why she's into stuff like this, if it is her. Maybe she's starting to see some things and having some fucking freak outs mentally, having an existential crisis. Oh my God, am I like my dad because I look at these things? I don't know, dude, but this is wrong. We might have to wrap up here in a second because I need to give love to my dog. Let me see how much longer. Jesus. Oh my God, you guys. I'm going to have to split this into 2 parts. I might come back later because look, this thing goes so long. We got 30 more minutes. And I do like bringing it down for you. I probably talk too much. I'm sorry. It's my personality. I'm trying to change it. But this feels, I know, honey, it upsets you that John Ray's doing this right now. You want to see his scrunchie? Do you want to see his scrunchie? He doesn't want to see it. Yeah, I know. I'm counting on me too. He got to pee, darling. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let this play through. I'm going to put on my Bluetooth. I'm going to let it go like probably 5 minutes, 8 minutes. That way I don't have to log off and come back on. And then I'm going to find a good wrap up point. And then we might do like a middle of the night or early morning live. Because this is, yeah, I want to see Dr. Gary talk. Because right now, Dr. Scrunchie is pissing me off. And his sunglass on the head assistant over there. She looks like she likes that picture. Maybe she did it. look, I'm not going to have the same opinion as other people because, you know, I read a lot of comics and I kind of get the generation she came from. She's a bit younger than me, but she's like a decade younger than me. But I can tell you, you know, also lived through that time. A lot of us have, and we kind of see how ridiculous this is. Especially again, if you ever looked at Ron.com, you did it. You did it, you're the killer. You know? If you know, you know. If you don't know, please don't Google that. All right, I'm gonna let it play through a little bit. I'm gonna try to clean up some of this coffee and let the dog pee, but I'm gonna keep listening. Is it the photos from a serial killer movie? Oh, honey. All right, I'm gonna take him out, but I'm gonna be listening while I do this, okay? Okay. Yes. Oh, it is the Boondock Saints' favorite movie. That's funny. Second reference this week, you guys. Here we go.
And you can see what's happened to the woman. But notice, there's a marsh in the background, and this woman is laying on her back, just as Shannon Gilbert was found. Make of that what you will.
Shannon Gilbert was not found on
In your
Deerhorn.
packet, the picture there is actually artwork produced by Victoria. If you look, there's this horrifying monster with blood eating on the breast of this woman who has a furry butt plug hanging out the back. She produced this art. Yeah, thanks. What text are you talking about? Yeah, okay, thank you. You'll notice in one of the other pictures, there's a room that looks like a basement with blood all over. Sound familiar? Does it match Massapequa Park? Quite possibly. Sorry? It's hard to repeat. This is a picture of what appears to be a basement with blood all over it. Remind you of the basement in Massapequa Park? I won't show them all. I don't need to. The body of a man with the arms and legs sliced off and chopped in half. Interesting. Take a look at the neck of this person being chopped up. The neck is not just pierced, it's cut open. Think about Shannon Gilbert and her hyoid bone. Here's what she's reading. Don't be scared because I said I wanted to crack open your chest and play in your blood. I'm not a scary person. Murder is very romantic. By the way, remember, her father is looking at the same items. If you don't learn how to pull hair properly, you can easily snap someone's neck. If your communication and self-insight isn't on fucking point, dark kinks easily just become self-harm or abuse. If you tie the rope without EMT shears in reach, you're trying irresponsibly. If you're playing with drowning or waterboarding, a 2-second fuck up can kill. The cannibal picture. Here they are feasting on human flesh, and there's the human flesh being taken apart for food.
Okay, I gotta go back, you guys. I'm seeing trout in the milk in the chat. Okay. Hold on. Let me put him full screen again. Okay. I gotta go back. Yes, this is ridiculous. Oh, there's so much. You know what? Hey, Jen P. Wait, I hit Patronus, but yes, I agree. That's ridiculous. Here we go. Let's show this. It's so weird. I've seen so much gore, but the Saw movies creep me out. Same with Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the recent one. Maybe it's just the vibe. My boyfriend can attest. He loves that shit. He loves Texas Chainsaw. I told you guys last week how he likes Joe Bob, and how I didn't like Joe Bob, but now I'm starting to kind of ease into it because I really like the dynamic with Darcy. I think she's very funny. You know what I mean? Like, people like her. There's an episode of Joe Bob he did not warn me about once, and they were watching Spit on Her Grave. I did not like that because I saw that in college, and it made me fucking sick. But I've also paid to go to movies like Holy Mountain and been like, holy shit, what a bad idea. Now, because she looked at these, does that mean Vicky did it? No.
Interesting.
need to
Take
go
a
back.
look at the neck of this person being chopped up. The neck is not just pierced, it's cut open.
If he's going to spend all of his time, I just want to go back to point this out. If he's going to spend all of his time going back and looking at these individual pictures and explaining how they relate to a crime scene that is real, and it is not in relation to the actual guy who is being charged. Hell, it's not even in relation to the guy who's being, like, he's not being charged for Shannon. So not only is he bringing her case into this shit show, he's bringing Rex's daughter into the shit show and blaming her as if, like, because keep this in mind, he's now taking all these pictures and he's saying, look, and this is how we found Shannon, and this has something to do with Shannon, and this reminds me of Shannon. Let's not forget, Shannon was what, 14 years ago? Victoria was 13. So you think that at 13 years old, what is the what is the connection here? Is he now trying to say that she knows about Shannon or saw it or likes this shit because this happened to Shannon supposedly and now, or allegedly, and now, so I don't, what is he saying? That she was 13 and she saw this? Like, this makes no fucking sense. The connection is dead to me. I'm fully against this at this point. I totally understand why people may disagree with me. If you're not making the connection of why I feel this way, go back and watch from the beginning. If you're still not making that connection of why I feel this way, I think maybe just my generation was too sick. I don't know. We saw too much shit. I'm not saying this picture isn't a big deal. It is gross. It is disturbing. It's nasty art. It's not something I would look at. Yes, it's highly disturbing. It's extremely disturbing. What is the connection between a 13-year-old Victoria Heuermann, this picture, Shannon Gilbert's death, that makes her somehow guilty? What is it? What is it, Scrunchy Dad? Because I don't see it yet. His
Think about
cheese
Shannon
has split
Gilbert
off the
and her
crack.
hyoid bone.
Because of the hyoid bone. Okay, good. To anybody who watched Bones, as we call it, Bones. If you ever watched Bones, or you ever watched SVU, or you have ever watched Dr. Garavalia, Dr. G, if you have never done that before, then you are an innocent. If you have ever taken note of a hyoid bone on a TV show or in any form of art, you also did it. Heads up, he's coming for you with these fucking scrunchies. What is that? Ariel, the voice of reason.
Here's what she's reading. Don't be scared, because I said I wanted to crack open your chest and play in your blood. I'm not a scary person. Murder is very romantic.
Oh, wow. So Vicky was groomed by a psycho freak at a young age? What? Because somebody said that to her, it means she did it. Jesus Christ.
By the way, remember, her father is looking at the same items. If you don't learn how to pull hair properly,
agreed,
you can easily
KA.
snap someone's neck. If your communication and self-insight isn't on fucking point, dark kinks easily just become self-harm or abuse. If you tie the rope without EMT shears in reach, you're trying irresponsibly.
Somebody else said this, by the way. This was not Victoria.
Drowning
This is
or
someone else.
waterboarding, a 2-second fuck up can kill.
Whoa. John Ray just said the F word, you guys. He did it. He did it. He said the F word. He killed everyone. I'm so irritated by it. First of all, I did get really excited that John Ray said the F word. It felt like hearing Jackson say the C word in court. It made me scream giggle in my head. I'm trying not to scream giggle for real because
Cannibal picture.
try to be respectful.
Here they are
and not
feasting
hurt
on
your
human flesh.
your eyes.
And there's
Your
the human
hair.
flesh being taken apart for food.
Yep, just like Game of Thrones, John. You watched that? You did it. Again, though, I'm thinking about Jen Soto and Stefan Stearns. Again, look what they actually did or what Jen neglected to protect her daughter from. If they were looking at shit like this, that would be a problem. If it was Maddie looking at shit like this, then what? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm telling you. These people could be victims. They could be complicit. I have yet to see any evidence of that. The police say the opposite and have that in actual fucking documents from the court. You know what I mean? I don't think having a family member that is a serial killer in any way backs up anything this man is saying. I do think I agree. Ariel, god damn it. Move to Texas. Let's start a comedy duo. I agree completely. If John Ray walked into a Spencer's gift, he would engulf in flames. It would absolutely happen 100%. I kind of want to send him some pop culture stuff just to see how many press conferences he can get out of it. Let's see.
Reading. It's entitled Brutalized, brackets, Hot Sexy. Being drowned in a bathtub, bonus points if it's full blood. Throat bit and crushed in someone's teeth. Arm skinned and someone pulling on your tendons to force your fingers to move. Hands being stepped on and broken. Making out with mouths full of blood. Bonus points if it's your blood and you're forced to drink it. Stabbed while in a crushing embrace that starts to break your ribs. Wrapped in electric barbed wire. High-powered shock collar and muzzle. Sedation. Enough to be in a dreamy haze while you're taken apart. Blindfolded, muzzle tied down while someone cuts you open and plays with your organs. Arms strapped down, multiple needles left in, full of drugs, while your killer explains the plans for your tonight as they prepare your body. Punched in the mouth, bruises, body cut up, played with, and left broken to die. And then the instruments. Just like the instruments described in what the district attorney released of Mr. Heuermann's work. These are posts that she reposted. These are posts, circulated by blogs that she follows.
Did
Listen,
he
yes,
just
it's technically illegal to keep a person chained to the wall?
hold on? Did he just ask her? Did she post these? Bro, you're having a fucking press conference where you accuse her, and you don't even know if she posted this shit. Holy Christ! Also, that that chick's got Shawn Michaels' eye. If you know, you know. Let's keep going. Ariel, I left your comment up because it just made me laugh so hard. Also, I saw Jay in the chat. Jay True Crime, go to Guilty of Crime. I can't wait to see what Duty Ron has to say about this, but I know Duty Ron. I know 100% he's going to be like, this is gross. This is disturbing, people. This is fucked up. If you look at this, you're fucked up. And I kind of don't blame him because that's what, like, I mean, shit, my dad and mom would probably say the same thing. They have, like, when I used to look at stuff on the internet, like, what is this? My mom would be like, what the fuck are you looking at? You freak, quit it. You know what I mean? I could see Duty Ron not liking this at all and thinking Victoria's a freak, but I also wonder if Duty Ron, I wonder if he knows the potential possibilities of what this could be, though. You know what I mean? Because you kind of have to understand the ins and outs of Tumblr, and I don't feel like he tumbled. You know what I mean? He was busy working the beat. So I can see him not really making that connection or thinking that it could be her or that this is a lot more egregious. But I feel like I'm just curious what he has to say about it, because I feel like if I made him aware of like this actually might not be her account, and also it could be somebody pretending to be her and how that could happen, I have a feeling that he might change his mind a little. But I also don't know what he might think this is egregious too. You know? I could see him thinking it's egregious. I'm very curious what he thinks. I wonder what he thinks. I really do. I wonder what Melanie thinks. Oh my God. I know this is going to disturb the fuck out of Melanie, especially like, she has kids, he has kids. They're going to see this a lot differently. And I don't think either of them tumbled. So I wonder if they understand the context. They're very smart, but you have to keep in mind that technology was kind of fleeting. These eras in pop culture were very fleeting. And I don't think a lot of people who are just generally watching this, who didn't take part in those parts of pop culture, perhaps aren't aware of how gross art school can be. I do wonder if they're going to understand it differently. You know what I mean? I wonder if they're going to look at it more horrified. I feel like they would, and I wouldn't blame them. You know what I mean? And honestly, I wouldn't blame anybody who first saw this for seeing this and going, wow, this is horrifying. I'm really worried about Victoria. And I think that she could, like, I can see people who thinking that because of how deceptive this press conference is. So if you saw this and you thought that, you know what I mean? And you were on the side, or maybe you don't know where you are now, but if you're on the more like, oh my God, this is fucked up, she did this, there's something wrong with her, lock her up side, I can see how you might get that because of how deceptive this is. But I'm telling you, it feels very deceptive. And for that, shame on you, Scrunchie. But yeah, guilty of crime. Yeah, and also go watch Guilty of Crime, go watch Duty Ron, go watch Attorney Melanie Little. I started off everything with her talking about this case. Ooh, I'm gonna text her tomorrow and see if she wants to talk about this, maybe with Duty Ron. Ooh, if we could get Duty Ed in there. His drapes are gone, people. He's out of Morocco, but don't worry. I found the drapes online, and I'm gonna tell you how to get them. But yeah, guilty of crime up here. Jay's up in here. I think he shouldn't have had the press conference about it, though. It seems solidified. It seems solidified because of it, OB. It does. It seems like, oh, this is set in stone because I had a press conference. But damn, his press conferences are quickly becoming the Charlie Brown 5-cent therapy booth of our generation, aren't they? Like he's doing pop-ups, baby. Listen, this is way off. I'm pulling myself back up. Sorry. I've been like cleaning around me while talking to you guys because there's coffee fucking everywhere. The Buc-ee's cup is 30 though. The lid did not come off. Buc-ee's is 8. I'm about to give my opinion that I will definitely regret later because I don't know if they could sue me, but the owners are shit people. Buc-ee's gives money to terrible organizations. They're shit people. I don't like them. One of their daughters bullied one of my best friends back in the day when she was in high school, and I don't like them. But it's such a cool gas station. They have the best $10 cups, and I absolutely love the beaver logo and the marketing so much. I told my best friend, you're gonna have to deal with the pain from the bullying because I need beaver nuggets, baby. I'm not gonna lie, she ate them too. But oh shit, he needs attention all the time. Let me help my dog. Let's go back to listening to this. Do I think Vicky will sue him? I think she should. But let's see.
In your basement, use their holes, 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 whenever you please, and treat them as nothing but an object for your pleasure. But you're not a person, so what's the problem? These are sex toys. These are for sex, a bone saw. He had a collection of these items or similar items.
Just want to step in and say I know a girl named Bonesaw. She's terrifying. Let's keep going.
Chains with points, hard points. He used hard points. He refers to it. The inside of my brain looks like this: a basement with a bed and blood all over it. Massapequa Park. Now take those things that I've just shown you, and let me read you this first, and then I have something else I want to tell you.
Are they quotes from her?
These are quotes from what she's reading, okay? By the way, we don't have more than what I'm showing you for one very good reason. We have found that it appears that she erased all of her sites that she had, all of her social media. She just missed these ones. And her mother, we tried to get her mother's similarly, all erased, except for Twitter.
Okay.
Now, the district attorney himself.
The dog is full of treats now. I need to go back because I have thoughts. The dog has his treats, though. I need to go back.
Whatever you please, and treat them as nothing but an object for your pleasure, but you're not a person, so what's the problem?
Who does he remind me of? What's the problem? George Costanza.
These are sex toys. These are for sex, a bone saw. He had a collection of these items or similar items.
Okay, he did. Not Victoria, though, right?
Chains with points, hard points. He used hard points. He refers to it. The inside of my brain looks like this: a basement, with a
Lady
bed,
King.
and blood all over it.
She should.
Massapequa Park.
Oh my God, John. Massapequa Park, bitch, you have a scrunchie on. You're wearing a velvet scrunchie that I want that you should give to me. I need that. I have more hair. No offense, but it needs to be tamed. Give me your scrunchie. Why are you wearing it? Oh my God, his glasses match with the stripes on his suit. I get why he's wearing it now. It's really hard to watch an older white guy lawyer dressed like a fucking full-blown pimp tell me about Tumblr and about gore. It's really hard to watch. Is anybody else feeling exhausted? Is anybody else feeling like this is like explaining juggalos to a great-grandparent who desperately wants to understand, but they've just decided that you're talking about the band Kiss and they want no more of it? And here's the thing. Normally, I'd say let them think that. They've lived. They've lived long enough. They're allowed to just be crazy. They're allowed to think what they want. The problem is he's an acting attorney and he's making these discussions public to everybody. Yeah. Nope, not today. The shit he is throwing may bite me in the ass. You can't make these kinds of... I think you mean bite him in the ass. Yeah, you can't... This is going to suck for him. He shouldn't have done this. He shouldn't have done this. K.A. Pisces, good point. Let's get John Ray into YouTube. And then he can be like an Art Bell. Because right now he's Alex Jonesing hard. And it is not a good look. I want him to Art Bell where he belongs. If you know about Art Bell, I'm talking about Coast to Coast. If you never saw... Well, I shouldn't say saw. If you never listened to that back in the day, that's where you go if you want to build a panic room. But it's a safe place. It's not harmful. The worst thing that happened on Art Bell is people would rave about how the government didn't want us to know about aliens, and that's pretty harmless. This is harmful. Somebody up there, I wish I could find your comment and highlight it. There's a lot of comments, and I thank you for that. Also, the word of the day is furry butt plug. Jesus. Furry butt plug, and what was the other one from the retrial? It was balloon knot, leaky balloon knot. What the fuck? Lawyers, prosecutors, people are running amok with these phrases. I think Duty Ron did go. He told me he went live on this. I'm anxious to see what he said. I started to watch it, but then I was like, wait. This is not a good idea. I don't want to get impressed. I'm always impressed with Duty Ron, but like I don't want to get anyone else's impression. I want to see it first. So I'm anxious to see what he said about it. I know he thinks it's fucked up. I know that. And I think it's fucked up too. I just think it's fucked up maybe for different reasons. I think the stuff he's showing is fucked up, sure. Do I condone it? Do I like looking at stuff like that? Am I justifying these people painting these pictures? No, I'm just telling you that it's a thing that people were into, but it does not make someone a murderer. And I'm also trying to be realistic about it and think about her age at the time these murders happened. I mean, and also the situation, there's so many elements to this that make what he's doing so fucked up. And I realize I've said fuck a lot, and I'm sorry to shitty titties lady who told me she doesn't like cussing. I'm sorry. We'll get back to Blue's Clues cat eventually. Right now, I'm appalled cat.
Now take those things that I've just shown you, and let me read you this first, and then I have something else I want to tell you.
He's making me NPR tired,
Are they cold
Darlene.
These are quotes from what she's reading. Okay.
Whose grandpa liked Ivan
By the
Putney.
way,
I'll always remember
we
that.
don't have more than what I'm showing you for one very good reason.
Because we don't have more because she didn't make more, and because we couldn't confirm, and because what we just gave you was even a stretch because it wasn't true. I really don't think that was. I mean, even if it was her, again, this is Tumblr, dude. Is John Ray about to get in my live journal? If John Ray shows you my live journal, you're about to fucking see some shit. I'm just kidding. I got rid of that a long time ago. But I'm telling you, like, imagine this dude going through your Zanga trying to explain it to the news. Oh, shit.
We have found that it appears that she erased all of her sites that she had, all of her social media. She just missed these ones. And her mother, we tried to get her mother's similarly, all erased, except for Twitter. Now, the district attorney
not shocking, by the way,
makes a list in his...
Can we stop for a second one more time and then I'm going to let it go for a while? Not shocking. If your father ends up being a serial killer, I would actually advise you to get rid of your social media. Come here, honey. I know John Ray Scrunchie is still upsetting you. If your dad kills someone, I would advise you to get rid of your social media. That's my best advice. Especially if you had nothing to do with it. If you keep your social media and use it as a platform to argue or defend yourself, you could find yourself in Jen McCabe territory. Or Julie Albert territory. Or Elizabeth Proctor territory. Not the Crucible, the other lady with the bad husband who says nasty things and looks at nudes. Not just any nudes. It's fine to look at nudes if you were sent consensual nudes and you like nudity. But if you're someone going through a suspect's phone and you're the lead officer and you call her the C word and you talk about a leaky balloon knot when in reality she has a horrifying illness that caused her to have colonoscopy surgery, if you're a fucking prick like that, then by all means, let your wife and family go try to defend you on the internet and see how it turns out. But if you have a family member who did something that is extremely, extremely worldwide, big fucking deal, newsworthy, that involves murdering a lot of people, I would advise more than anything, get the fuck off social media now. Don't try to fight it. Don't try to argue it. Get off social media. Delete everything. Because that just makes you smart. Especially if you had nothing to do with it. Because people are about to start doing what this guy did. They're about to put on a scrunchie, dress up like Moneymaker Mike, and then show up at a park to talk about how you like disgusting things so you are a part of it even though you were a child. Get your shit off social media, people. If you think a family member is about to get busted because you took a 23andMe and you just knew there was something wrong with Uncle James, go get off social media right now. I think that was a good decision made by them. And I don't blame them for doing that at all. Smart. Very smart.
Latest indictment papers of what Rex Heuermann is looking at. And amongst them, there are 26 of them that he lists, but I'll just hit some that matter in relation to these photos and what was said.
Probably not in relation to the case,
blogs
but
that she was looking at. Quote, girl begging for rape porn. Teen girl begging for rape porn. Pretty girl with bruised face porn. Remember the picture of the bruised face woman or girl in his house. Torture redhead porn. She's a redhead, the daughter.
He's reading off hashtags from other people who tumbled
girl.
the picture. Not from Victoria.
Lips cut off. Skinny redhead tied up and raped. Girl hog-tied torture porn. Match what you heard there with what you've seen here and heard from what she said. and they're almost the same, or they are the same. Mr. Tierney says, newly discovered searches include, these are the films he's looking at, or that Heuermann's looking at, Hung by Tits, Ball Gag. And we have pictures that she was looking at of ball gags with blood all over the face of the person who has it. They were both interested in ball gags. Medieval torture of women speaks for itself. Long Island Mistress BDSM. We also know all these pictures speaks for themselves as BDSM, and we know that Heuermann spent time, we know now, in Manhattan clubs in BDSM situations. For example, a place called Pandora's Box. When you take all of these things collectively, are you going to be able to reasonably say, well, just circumstantial evidence? Who knows whether the mother really knew what was going on in the house? Who knows whether Mr. Heuermann had anything to do with what happened to his daughter? You can take one inference is that this poor girl was brought up in this sickness. And don't think for 1 minute, from what you now know, that Rex Heuermann was cutting people up, removing their hands and heads and so on, just so that he could avoid identification. That isn't even true. We know he left the tattoos on, he sliced them up. He knew very well he could have just cut them off, and he didn't. He's not caring too much about identification, although he is that too. He's enjoying what he's doing. Look at what he is reading, what his daughter is reading, what they're observing. It's BDSM to the max. And it's demonic. How else do you describe it? This house, are you surprised at the way it looked? It matches the demonic life that they're living there. Why do you think they haven't left after they know that murdered bodies were in that home?
Okay, I'm sorry. I got to go back for a second. I had to give my doggy his toy. Sorry, let me turn this up. I just want to say earlier, when he was talking about, God, this is so annoying. When he was talking about, I'm going to tell you about things that are not basically not posted by Victoria, but things that are in relation to this photo. He's talking about hashtags and basically saying that these are what people who repost or who use this photo, this is what they have to say. I could put up a photo of John Ray that says hashtag douchebag. Does that all of a sudden mean he is a douchebag? No, this means he's kind of being a douchebag. But in reality, again, we're attributing things to Victoria that were not said by Victoria, that were not posted by Victoria, that were not done by Victoria. And also, Victoria is not Rex. I just want to point that out one more time.
Speaks for itself. Long Island Mistress BDSM. We also know all these pictures speaks for themselves as BDSM. And we know that Heuermann spent time, we know now, in Manhattan clubs in BDSM situations.
He spent time at La Trapeze, which is a swingers club that does have BDSM in it. Roger Stone also went to that club with his wife, and they posted ads in the same bathroom on the same wall at the same time as Rex and his wife. Just a thought. That's not even a conspiracy. That's true. There are photos of it and of the posts, and he was openly open about it when he was, and even the National Enquirer took that story and ran with it, and then he got interviewed by them. He's like one of the few people who was like, yes, we did this and we're proud. Roger Stone reminds me of, is it Roger, the guy from American Dad, the alien? He kind of reminds me of that guy. But anyway, there were a lot of people doing that back then. You know what I mean? Did Roger Stone also do Lisk? And also, again, this is Victoria. This is not Rex. Victoria was a child back then, John. Why have you not brought that up yet?
For example, a place called Pandora's Box. When you take all...
Pandora's Box is another place. And also, like, frankly, if I'm being honest here, let me bring myself back on the screen. If I'm going to be real, if I'm going to scoop out my thoughts, beyond that, clearly Canadian is delicious. It's that, you know what was more disturbing than the places that he's mentioning right now? What was more disturbing were clubs like Limelight and shit, which is where, I mean, shit, the Wu-Tang brought ecstasy there and gave it to Michael Alig, who spread it all around the clubs, along with a couple other people, shipped it in. The club owner, Peter Gation, let that club be taken over by club kids. Michael Alig went on to kill a guy named Angel. They made the movie Party Monster about it. That was a more fucked up club than Trapeze, quite frankly, with the amount of shit going down back then. It just surprises me that now he's shitting on businesses too. It's very odd. This is a lawyer that does not give a fuck. He is a loose cannon and not in a good Stabler way. Okay? And in a Mara way. And that scares me.
All of these things collectively.
He means well, but he's fucking up big time here.
Are you going to be able to reasonably say, well, just circumstantial evidence? Who knows whether the mother really knew what was going on in the house? Who knows whether Mr. Heuermann had anything to do with what happened to his daughter? You can take one inference is that this poor girl was brought up in this sickness. And don't think for 1 minute.
He made a good point here. You could take, for instance, that this little girl was brought up in this sickness. And then the guy behind him nods, yes, everybody, yes. No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. She was not actively out there doing this shit with her dad. She would be behind bars. The FBI got so far up Rex's ass, they would know. I think they would know, John. I think they would know. That's a good point, though. She was brought up raised by a guy with this sickness. Whether or not his parenting style reflects that sickness or not, give or take. Whether or not genetically she has an impulse to be attracted to blood or gore, that's something that is still unproven as far as what our likes and interests have to do with us, genetically speaking. But I'm just saying a lot of people look at stuff like that or have looked at stuff like that or look at things like this press conference, for example, disturbing, and don't serial kill. So the argument that she was brought up in this, the good point of that argument essentially is that she was brought up as in she was a child. And I have yet to see him bring that up. This might be the closest he gets to that. Because it sounds like he's all on board with the she was helping trade. She was a fucking child, dude. Come on, man. Oh my God. I can't believe he did this, you guys. I didn't think it was going to be like this extreme that he's bringing up old Tumblr blogs and posts that she didn't even do. I thought he was going to show us her art that she made that was disturbing. He showed us a filtered picture of some pop art that was not disturbing. It was just her face. It was just a selfie with a cool filter on it. This is the real Victoria. Okay, it's the only part of this I agree with you on, is that is actually a photo of her. Good job, John. Good job. You found a photo. You found a photo of the suspect's daughter, John. You solved Shannon's case. Wow, John. That's what pisses me off. This is a waste of time, and it feels like it's exploiting Shannon's case. If he keeps doing this, and if he keeps being wrong, I mean, shit, that's kind of making her case out to be, I mean, it is. It's making a mockery of it. What is this guy doing? God, I want to like him so bad because of the crazy suits, but I don't think I can. I want to like him in a Better Call Saul way. And I'm just starting to see him as that weird rabbit on Alice in Wonderland, the Mad Hatter guy. He's starting to be real annoying to me.
From what you now know, that Rex Heuermann was cutting people up, removing their hands and heads and so on, just so that he could avoid identification. That isn't even true. We know he left the tattoos on, he sliced them up. He knew very well he could have just cut them off, and he didn't. He's not caring too much about identification, although he is that too. He
didn't cut them off because then you still have a chunk of flesh with a tattoo on it. And now he's got to do something with it. That's why he didn't cut it off, John.
Enjoying what he's doing. Look at what he is reading, what his daughter is reading, what they're observing. It's BDSM to the max. And it's demonic. How else do you describe it? This house, are you surprised at the way it looked? It matches the demonic life that they're living there. Why do you think they haven't left after they know that murdered bodies were in that home?
You know, I want to point out, I feel bad for him too, having to watch this shit. I feel bad for me watching it. I feel bad for all of us watching it because what a fucking waste of time. Probably pissed off Duty Ron too to see all that nasty shit, like all the pictures. Like, it probably pissed him off. It probably pissed a lot of people off seeing it and got them enraged. And then the out of context nature, the deceptive nature he's using is also equally confusing. It probably confused a lot of people and upset them. And because people are good people, they don't want to see graphic shit like that. And they don't want to think of a girl being in any way involved or having to be raised by a dad like that. This was probably very upsetting. Again, if anybody had the mentality coming out of this that like, oh my God, she was complicit and stuff like that, coming out of this, I can kind of get it because he is so deceptive in this. It does not surprise me if they do. But I think that eventually it's going to come to light that this was fucked up and deceptive. She's probably going to sue him and win. It's just, again, I don't blame anybody, but I think prior to this conference is probably, I mean, the way everyone felt about her before, like, is she, isn't she, does she know, doesn't she? I mean, now that we've seen all the paperwork so far that we've seen, they've really made it a point to stress that her and Asa and the son were out of town. They have never arrested any of them. They did multiple interviews with them. It seems they were cooperative. We see nothing in those interviews to indicate that they in any way knew. Right now, it seems to me like the whole family is processing. Yes, they are profiting, and that pisses a lot of people off. But at the same time, you got to remember, $1 million, that's a shitload of money to me and you. When you have cancer, when you have a medical illness and you have no insurance, that's not a lot of money. That's probably going to be your copay, for fuck's sake, with the way this industry is. And her insurance was relied upon to be provided by Rex, as were the kids. And the one boy has a lot of issues. So if they chose to do that, we don't know the subject matter of it. It did piss me off at first. I'm going to admit, I probably bitched about it a lot, especially because of that production company, but mainly because I do wonder if they're going to basically exploit the fuck out of this family. If they are going through trauma, I'm mad at them for that, especially based on what I know about the production company. And then whenever you look at like the cost of what it's going to be for them to live and survive, if you consider that they knew nothing of this, that's one thing. I think the part that makes it hard for people to reason with that, though, is the fact that her and Rex were swingers back in the day. But again, that is also based off of a John Ray affidavit. I even referenced it earlier, but based on this, it's making me wonder if we can even trust those again. There are things in there that are very conflicting. Again, Vergata, when her body was found, she had a freshly done mani-pedi. When they found, I believe it was her legs, they freshly done pedicure. And then he brings out a witness that says that she was homeless and hungry and had been on the streets. And when she was on Banfield, I believe she called her like dirty or something. Like, it was crazy. It was like, okay, you're talking about someone who's like a destitute, desperate person who you and a cop abandoned at a house that you think is a serial killer. There was a lot of extra shit she put in her statements, which she shouldn't have even gone on back. All of this shouldn't be on TV. All of this should have been told to the police. That's the other wholly irresponsible thing he's doing here. But even with all that said, you know what I mean? Is Asa, they even said she didn't take part in anything with that swinging sesh, right? She was aware of it happening. She seemed to be upset that someone was messing with her stuff at one point. If that were true, even then, I mean, swinging isn't illegal, but if the Karen thing is true, I'm very curious why they haven't charged him yet. I'm very curious why. I'm starting to think maybe that could be BS too. And it worries me. It really, really worries me that he's just saying all this. He's a loose cannon. He's saying all this loose shit. Thank you so much. Thank you, Snaggle Mama. I like your name. The doggy is so cute. Oh my God, he's cute. I love him. Are you around hay in that picture? You got some land? You got a little farm going on there? Thank you so much for donating to my family farm. I told you guys last week we'll probably keep going with it because I'm trying to stack that money so I can send a nice fat donation to the Wayback Machine. Wouldn't that be nice? So we can keep looking at the old posts from people that are actually killers and not the daughter of one who would have been a child. Let's keep going. Too bad she didn't use her gifted, talented, beautiful, productive way. Who are we to say this wasn't her form of therapy because she just found out her dad? Well, here's the thing. She found out her dad was a sick puppy last year. These are posts from a very long time ago. Hello, boyfriend. These are posts from a very long time ago. And also, these are not her pictures. These are pictures of other people. And because she was an art student at NYU, this is not at all surprising to me. They really do make when I went to school, I took some art classes. We had to take designs and tessellation, stuff like that. I just thought it was going to be art history type shit. I mean, I don't like nudity that much at all, really. It kind of feet disgust me. We had to look at a lot of feet and nudity, and I was like, I had a roommate in college who was an art major, and she had to look at some wild shit, and some of it was really disturbing. Doesn't really surprise me that, at some point or another, kids are going to do that. So they're going to look at disturbing shit on the internet. It's gross. It doesn't make her a killer, though. So I don't, and again, like, she didn't use her talent on that stuff. That wasn't her art. That was somebody else's. So, like, it's just wild to me that even now, people are going to think, like, I'm sure there are people in this chat right now who saw him say this stuff and probably thought this is Vicky's art. That's why I titled it Whoa, Vicky. I thought we were going to see some of her art. This is other people's art that she looked at. Maybe. Again, I don't even think that's her account that he's talking about. I think that's a mirror someone made. And you cannot tell me that this chick with the fucking attitude and her little flower dress is the one who looked up that IP. There's no fucking way she knew that. I'm judging you now, ma'am.
There's much more to be said on that. I say to you, you draw the inferences. You draw the inferences. But how can you escape some meaning to what we have discovered? How can you escape it? As I said, you can tell from this, we're the gatekeepers. We're in pursuit of the killers. We know from one witness that I've already produced to the district attorney's office, who was vetted by Commissioner Rodney Harrison, police commissioner, and found to be credible. We know that Shannon Gilbert was in the Sayville Motor Lodge with Rex Heuermann. There's a connection between her and him. We know something that has never to this day been addressed by the Heuermann family lawyers, nor for that matter by the district attorney. And that is that I was able in January to check out the alibi that Mrs. Heuermann and children were in Atlantic City when Maureen Brainerd Barnes disappeared in July of 2007. We talked to the night manager, and I say we, myself and 3 witnesses who are present here today, 3 eyewitnesses. We spoke to the night manager for that hotel, and we checked out whether or not the Heuermann family had checked in when they would have had the alibi.
Everyone, I'm sorry. I have to come back. I just had to come back and do a palate cleanser. And I had to show you my Hugin. He's fussy. This is who's been crying the whole time. Mikos, look. These are the people. We give them kisses. This is Mikos. Mikos de Gallo, my son. He does not like John Ray's Scrunchie either. He just wanted to tell you guys thank you so much for the treats. I told you half of the donations would go to his treats. He's very freaked out that mommy spilled her coffee. He's looking down at it. He wants to look it up. I know, honey. You can look it up later. I just wanted to say hi with Mikos. Let's continue this. And yes, Tiff, swinging is not a crime. It's just not some people's cup of tea. Okay, let's keep going.
They did not. They checked in not on July 6th. They checked in on July 17th. and she read it to us off the computer that she had in front of her twice. And I brought this up, and you heard the lawyers, Mr. Matev and Mr. Macedonio, say, John Ray's a liar, and they'll prove it. That was 200 and some, how many days ago now? Since January? You never heard another word from them, did you? And I'm awaiting the district attorneys look into that. We're the gatekeepers.
Listen, I'll prove it. Not going to, because I don't think you're being malicious, Mr. Ray. I just think you're misguided. You're misguided. Sorry, I'm in dog speak right now. I say myth. I talk to my child, my son, like I am Mike Tyson. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. We're almost done. He is running his mouth 100 miles per hour. He's not going anywhere. Sarah, I want to address this because I think that this is a good point in that I think it does freak people out. But I do think there's one part where I would disagree. And it's where you say that the kids and wife, that the misconception, or I think that the idea is that they feel okay living in the home where the torture chamber for these women was in the basement. You got to remember a couple of things. First of all, we don't know if they're okay with it. They seem very not okay. Everybody called them weird for spending time on the lawn and not being in the house. To me, that seems like they do have a problem being in the house. They spent the hot summers outside of the house. Simultaneously, they haven't been in the house. They haven't been in the property a lot. They've been traveling constantly. And by traveling, I mean spending time in, I think it was Vermont was stated once before by the lawyers. They've been in South Carolina. They've been in Alaska. They've been everywhere. They're actually not really staying in the house that much, according to the locals that I've seen. And then other locals said that, that apparently when they were there, they were spending a lot of time outside. I think I can't imagine. Like, again, my hometown, mass shooting, a lot of people had a hard time wanting to stay there. They were like, oh God, I don't know if I can continue to live in this town. But the problem is money. The market's hot right now. There's a lot of homeless people. The housing cost has gone insanely high. Even if she wanted to move out, we have to think practically. They just raided your house and trashed it. You come from a house that's full, it's hoarded, they're hoarders. So you're a hoarder, your house just got trashed. Like literally they ripped out plumbing, they ripped out wood, they tore up the backyard. It's the center of a massive investigation. Everybody hates you because essentially your husband was Ted Bundy or your dad was like a Ted Bundy guy. He was a bad serial killer. And then the police tell you you're not allowed to renovate or sell it or anything because we may need to come back to it for future searches. And they can't put the house in an evidence locker, but they can't condemn it legally. In order to we would have to talk to Ron about there. I know here in Texas, like if they wreck your shit, you have to file paperwork and then it takes months for them to come fix it or clean or whatever it is they need to do to fix your shit. When I got my ass stomped outside by a gang, they left the blood in the street. Nobody cleaned it up. I had to walk by that shit. It sucked. It depends on the city, the state, the area, on whether or not if they wreck your shit, you get it back to the condition it was in. Look at the Stephen Avery case when they went through and trashed that trailer. Remember his girlfriend's like, well, I can't come back here now. They ripped all the floor out. I don't know, but I find it hard to believe that they were okay living there, but they had to. Again, what if that's why they accepted the money for the documentary? Because they got to go somewhere and they're not allowed to fucking sell their house or knock it down yet. Or maybe like it's trash. They don't know where to start. It's got to be hard if she does have breast cancer. She's taking care of an autistic kid. And now apparently her daughter is being called out by this, goofy dude in a suit that some people like, a lot of people don't, but he causes a lot of controversy to the point that everybody wants to watch and see what he's going to say. So I can see her. I'm not saying I condone it. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I can see her taking that money to get out of the place where the torture chamber was. And also, I wonder, let's say they didn't know, which I don't think they knew, especially based on the evidence. Do you really think that the police, and I'm genuinely asking this question. I'm curious what y'all think. Do you think that the police shared everything Rex did with Asa and the kids early on? I think they're finding out a lot of this stuff just like we are. Because I cannot tell you the amount of times I've spoken with families who had a loved one missing or murdered, and they found out shit on the news and were furious that the police didn't even share it with them. So I wonder if she even knew it was a torture chamber. You feel me? She might have known as much as we knew and not known where he did it. Just a thought. Just a thought. That's just what I'm thinking. Trying to be logical and reasonable while at the same time considering this unreasonable situation. And by that, I mean women getting murdered by this fucking Shrekky ogre wooded fella. And also this pimp lawyer over here screaming at me about furries. Trying to find the balance. Let's see if we can find it together.
For all the facts and circumstances. And remember what the commissioner of Suffolk County Police Department said. If you don't want to talk to the police for any reason, call John Ray. I'm operating under that official blessing. And I'm not.
That's not cool. I mean, unless they still vouch for him, but I don't know. I feel like collecting tips saying you can come here instead of the police. He's opening himself up to a lot of nut jobs, a lot of false flags. And I don't think that he has the skills. I don't think that he has the level of skill around him as far as people go, especially old flower dress and naughty guy in the back. And this chick who's probably high on kratom who stuck a bunch of Post-its to her shirt. I don't know if he has the best team around him to vet these kinds of things. I would think if you had a tip in the Long Island serial killer case, you should go to the new team that found him. The one who's asking for tips. You should go to them. You should go to the police. You should go to them. Don't go to John Ray.
Giving up, and you can see why. These people are in our society.
You're
They're
right.
cannibals. They're monsters.
They're cannibals now, by the way. These people are in our society. Vicky is a cannibal now. Now she eats people. I was recommending a graphic novel to Jay, True Crime, Guilty of Crime, the other day about a guy who went to high school with Jeffrey Dahmer. He has much more graphic depictions in his book as he's trying to explain what Jeffrey Dahmer did growing up. Is he a cannibal, John? Are we cannibals because we look at My Friend Dahmer by Dirk Bergdorf, which is a really good graphic novel if you want to get into the psyche of someone who does stuff like that? Just saying.
They're human devils. They're evil. The Heuermanns are part of that package. Now, with me, now, I mentioned Dr. Brucato, who's here to address some of the things that I have just now mentioned. Gary?
First of all, is everyone hearing me all right? Everyone hearing me well? First of all, thank you to Mr. Ray and his team and to all of you. And I'll begin my comments by saying that it is important that we dedicate every.
So far, Dr. Brucato, loving the tone of his voice, very soothing. This man was a good choice. I like that he's not lavishly overdressed. I take it very seriously. He also has the eyebrows of any makeup influencer with over 1 million viewers. Those are fantastic eyebrows. This is what I'm looking for. Brucato, get in touch with me, baby. I want to know who does your eyebrows. Okay, let's go.
Everything we're doing today to the victims. I think it's very important to do that, to remember that we're not interested in the titillating details of what an offender has done as much as trying to prevent those horrible things from happening in the future by understanding these people. I think it's also important to mention that I have not examined Mr. Heuermann, his daughter, his wife, or any other member of the family. And the comments I'm going to make are general about the trends in these kinds of offenders and what we might be able to gauge about someone who may be potentially joining the ranks of that type of individual here. First of all, when people are charged with offenses, repeat murder, you don't get hauled into court, under a charge of serial killing, right? But it is important to understand when there is a pattern of serial killing that is alleged, we can learn a great deal about what the likely motive is of the individual and understand a lot about the individual's psychology. the vast majority of people who meet criteria for serial killing are sexually motivated. And I want you to understand that we have to envision a circle in which there are individuals that repetitively commit sexual assault against other individuals, but don't kill. Within that circle, there's a smaller group of individuals who are sadistic toward the individuals that they're assaulting, brutalizing them in every imaginable way, but do not kill them. Within that circle is a smaller group that proceed to actually kill the individuals, sometimes to get rid of witnesses, sometimes because the force is too much and someone passes away, and sometimes because this now becomes part of the thrill. But within that circle is the rarest of all, which is a sexually sadistic serial killer who kills after protracted, prolonged torture in every imaginable way. And it is in that tiny circle that we would be placing Mr. Heuermann if he is indeed guilty. It is important to understand that individuals like that are motivated partially by sadism and partially by a kind of intellectual boredom, a stimulation. People of that type, for example, can look at all kinds of things and collect all kinds of things and do all kinds of things.
It is a
to
Boston
keep it
Terrier.
interesting for themselves. And as a consequence, evolve and do all manner of things to their victims to learn about what happens to bodies, to see what causes the greatest thrill. Now, regarding the things that have been spoken about today, it is important to understand that about 80%, it is estimated, of serial killers operate alone. But that leaves, by some estimates, 20% that do operate with other people.
Hold the fuck up. Okay, that's like a 2002 statistic, Mr. Bricado. But whatever, we'll keep going.
There can be a group of people that are all
And yes,
interested in
Sarah,
the same
you are forced
perversions.
to make disturbing art in our
That can
school.
be
I had
a
to draw
wife
feet
or a
once.
partner,
It sucked.
significant other. That can be one's own child. In that small circle of cases, which incidentally do not include any.
By the way, one's old child. Let's talk about that. There have been, as far as serial killers go, there have been maybe 3. 20%? No, sir. If we're talking about one's own child, there have been maybe 3, I believe. Maybe 4. If we're talking serial killers, if we're talking in America, definitely like less than 5. We're not talking about spree shooters. We're not talking about mass killers, like mass shooters, sorry. We're also not talking about, all kills within the same family. You feel me? We're talking about a straight up serial killer with an MO, a SIG, and they go around and they pick a victim with a profile specific to something for some reason. And they escalate and all the things. There have been maybe 3, 4, 5. Oddly, a lot of the kids were they had very similar things in common. The ones that we're talking about. One of them, again, David Parker Ray, his daughter. She was a druggie, a drunk. She had, I believe that was the situation, is that she would help lure in bars. She threw her friend under the bus. It's extremely rare. I feel like this guy, obviously, he knows a bit of what he knows what he's talking about, but the context, this situation, and so far his statistics are out of whack and slightly outdated. But I like his eyebrows, so let's keep listening.
Any in the state of New York that I'm aware of prior to this, where an individual actually has what may be a torture chamber or an isolated place where individuals are brought. For example, you remember from the document reference to hard points. Hard points are those little screws that you hang a variety of tools on, like in a garage. You have to imagine a situation in which a woman would be knocked out and wake up.
No, you don't have to imagine that, actually. Let's talk about hard points real quick, because this is going to be hard to explain. Let me think of how to explain this. There are 2 ways in which this is referenced. There is the crime way, serial killing, stuff like that. Actually, 3 ways. Then there's the sex way, the BDSM way. Then there's another way, the most popular way, actually, that people end up learning about things like this, and that is called suspension. It's a form of body modification. I had to write an article about it once. I'm friends with a guy who, actually one of my really good friends who I've done comedy with a bunch, is a guy called the Lizard Man. If you've ever seen him before, his name's Eric. He's the sweetest little angel ever. He's married to a doctor. He has a split tongue and his entire body is a lizard. He has implants in his body that he chose to get. And he likes it. He likes himself. People like him. I like him. He's great. He goes by Lizard Man. He does Ripley's Believe It or Not stuff. He knows a lot about suspension, and I would love to bring him on. In fact, I might do that. Maybe that'll be one of the members things. I know that you're supposed to do things for members only. Maybe that'll be something we'll do. Body modification when I was in college was a big fucking deal. I almost considered getting a body mod of a dermal thing, like a little ball inside of I don't know why I just thought it was cool. I went to Dallas once and I met a guy who actually had a nipple belt, and it was very disturbing, and it was on display in his tattoo shop. Women who chose and wanted to and did it themselves cut their own nipples off. There are people there's an SVU about a woman who wants to cut her own damn leg off for a sexual kink. There are people who, and by the way, I met these people, not Eric, I met him doing comedy, but everybody else I met who was into this, it was because I was researching an article for the newspaper I was working at where we were talking about it, because there were a lot of suspension people and people who were into this group called CORE that would go out into this field in North Texas, and they would take cinder blocks and tie them to a string, and then tie the other string to a hook, and then put it through their nipples, and then spin around in the field until the blocks were suspended. They would put hooks through their chests and their backs and swing from the roof or suspend. And they said that they got a rush from it. They said that it was like tripping acid. Kids do dumb things. Kids now eat Tide Pods. People do dumb things. In the piercing and body mod community in the late 90s to even today, body modification has gone from just a simple piercing or tattoo all the way up to sticking fish hooks in your body and swinging around your friends. And I don't mean like swinger swinging. I mean literally hanging. Your skin has 7 layers of dermis. It's very elastic. The elasticity of your skin can often make it go back to normal right after. There are plenty of these people who don't even have scars from it, and they enjoyed every minute and they loved it, and they described it as a rush. Some people said they got a boner. I don't know why they do it. People do it. It's not for me, but I did watch them do it. It is a massive subculture. A lot of people do it. And stuff like hard points and a lot of the things that they pointed out in regards to some of the things that Rex was looking at do have modern pop culture and both hobby references to things that people actually do frequently that do not serial kill or murder people. Just want to say. So I know while to some people that's just, oh my God, that is so crazy. What did you just say? Yes, people will split their tongues so that they can do this with it. And they do that for all kinds of reasons. There are people who get implants put in their body like horns. I know a guy who played guitar really good. He was a guitar tech. He was one of my best friends, and he had 2 little fake devil horns. And I don't know why he did it, but he did it. And he's the sweetest guy ever. And he got them taken out. Now he has a wife and a kid. He's a happy dad. He likes to bowl. But people do things in their youth. Even if Victoria had an interest in that type of stuff, she's still not her father. Him having an interest in it in the context of everything else he was looking at, very much not on brand for the body mod community. It's very important to separate the two. So I just want to say that because this guy's getting into a topic where he's talking about like how, he's giving us these numbers. They seem a bit outdated. He's now about to talk about hard points and explain this to you. I'm just explaining to you that it's also used in different subcultures very, very widely. For why? I don't know. I'm not going to explain it. I didn't invent it, but it is. It's a thing people like.
Up in that kind of chamber with all those instruments around her to be used like a kid in a candy box for sadism and experimentation repetitively. And you have to imagine the potential that's inside a soundproof room in one's own home. The rarity of that cannot be emphasized enough. Now, some cases that might be instructive for people to look into, the most important, I think, being the case of David Parker Ray, the sexually sadistic serial killer who had a $100,000 torture chamber soundproofed inside a trailer where women were brought by his own daughter sometimes after she had knocked them out for participation
crazy.
in perversions.
Well, there you go.
Another case you may want to look at is the case of John Wayne Gacy, the sexually sadistic serial killer of boys and young men, because until recently it was thought that he was a lone wolf. And some evidence has emerged more recently that he may have been part of a network that was...
Okay, let's calm with that. I would actually instead reference more than likely Henley and the what's his name? The Candyman in Houston. Who kidnapped, killed, tortured, murdered little boys, and he used another little boy to lure them. A boy who ended up helping to kill him because he was tired of that, because that boy had been groomed. So now what we're talking about is a grooming situation, a Stockholm's type of situation. Because that kid was a victim, but he called his mom and was like, "Mama, I shot him." So like, there are different situations with it, but that was not his kid. That was a kid he picked up. As far as like Gacy, a lot of this stuff, like we're getting into lore and grooming situations. I would not in any way relate that to Rex unless he had someone who was helping him do it that way, which I don't think he needed to, because we already see the exact connections with his digital trail. So what are we doing here? What's his name? Bucanti? I'm not going to call him what I was just thinking, which is a Karen Reed trial word, but let's keep
feeding
going.
victims to him. And there are many serial killers of that type, we're learning. There is a tendency to think that these types are lone wolves who can't have relationships with others or engage in crimes with other people. Regarding the things that were spoken about today, as a psychologist, I think it would be important for me to emphasize that we have no clear accusations or proof one way or the other, but there are certainly suggestions.
Oh, then maybe you shouldn't be fucking talking about it. Oh, I just want to be clear to you. We have no proof. We have no evidence. I just want to be clear that we made all this fucking shit up. But here it is, people. We're out here. We out here doing it in the fucking woods. Great.
That I think must be taken seriously, and there would be precedent for this kind of thing based on other cases. Approximately 1 in 5, according to some experts, of these serial killers do operate that way with other people.
Yes, got the same from his financials, but he pays off a lot of independent contractors. He has to pay insurance, and the insurance is insane. I would guess his net profit was probably between 1 to 2 mil at best. Again, insurance. And also building rent. And he was in that building for a long time, and that is a nice building. Go look up the rent on that building. It's crazy. I think me and Melanie may have talked about it, but yeah, dude, he did pull in a lot, but he had to write off a lot and he had to put out a lot. You know what I mean? To employees and people who was working for him. Just a thought. Who were working for him. Sorry. Let's keep going. Freedom is so funny to me. Guilty of crime.
Say at the end, I'll also like to take a very quick moment to say that I am a member of the Cold Case Foundation on the expert panel. I'll clarify because I know.
Okay, eyebrows. You don't need. I just want to point out, I'm on an expert panel. Well, guess what, dude? I don't mean to brag about it, but I got perfect attendance in kindergarten. So fucking listen to me, guys.
Oh, some people are aware of the name of John Douglas coming up in the bail
document. Yes, I'm aware of John.
As the author of 2 of the books studied.
Don't tell me that that's your dad.
He is the chairman emeritus of the Cold Case Foundation.
Yes, he is.
Which is a group of experts that offers help, assistance to law enforcement, to individuals that petition, families that petition.
I guarantee John told him don't do this. Or John didn't know, and this guy's about to be not working for that foundation. For fuck's sake.
Help solve cold cases. I am sure, given that the average age of
bring John out here right now to tell me otherwise. Bring John Douglas. Ask him if that's a good idea. If he says he agrees with all of this, I will quit YouTube and join a nunnery.
Said for people who commit these offenses is about 26, and they don't tend to stop until eliminated or arrested.
What's a hard number?
You can imagine that it would be very improbable that there are only 6 victims in this case.
It would be very improbable that his daughter, who was a child, helped him torture women.
You can imagine that these individuals would have been kept for some time prior to their killing.
We know exactly how long they were kept based on the affidavits.
I am sure that there are loads.
One of them was 3 days.
Of people out there, probably in multiple states, who have encountered this individual, who have potentially escaped this individual, who may have actually been assaulted by the individual or engaged in perverse actions, or may have information on homicides that might in the future be alleged.
Yeah, and what's funny is the Secret Service, Ariel, did a really great job decrypting that Palm Pilot, because that was an actual older model. So they were even decrypting back faster. Simultaneously, P2P encryption and the whole online angle, that wasn't even a thing back then. So they had to kind of they had to scrape it with a different type of encryption. They had to actually go back and use old software again. It would be like using an old Mac again. It would just be so mind-blowing. It's not going to work with modern shit. You're not going to be able to plug into your 5G Wi-Fi, right? So they had to go They had to go back in time to do this shit, and they did it. I don't think they missed Tumblr. You feel me? I think you agree with me here. These guys can't figure out Tumblr. The Secret Service are on a whole new level. You know, that is a good point. Ariel, starting to think I'm going to have to bring you on. We're going to have to talk, girl, because you got some good points. Everybody has good points here. Ariel, you're killing it today, though. I want to put everything you say up because I agree completely.
I would encourage you to please be
I
unafraid.
actually agree with everything you all said.
Carefully, thoughtfully reaching out to a group like
Ah, shit. Then you said that on this guy. Is it his eyebrows? I kind of
enforcement because
I like
all
the eyebrows a lot.
suspect it will
Ariel,
be much more complicated and horrifying than it even appears to be now. Thank you.
Same. Really want to like him because his boss is John.
Just keep in mind one or two more things. In the packet that I gave you, the first packet, the black and white, the pictures on the back and are pictures from the book that was on the kitchen table when the police entered in the last warrant, and when Victoria was home alone.
I'm not trying to be a goof, but how funny would it be if this was the way John Douglas? He's like, this is a great promotion opportunity. You go out there, be my spokesperson, pimp the new book. I don't think he would ever do that. I'm just goofing, but damn, what a method, right?
That book speaks of death scenes, and those are real gore, real pictures of sex.
Oh my God, not a homicide investigator behavioral analysis from the FBI with a book that has death scenes in it. What are you talking about, John? Oh my God, that exists? Wow, I'm in shock. I must have killed someone.
Sex workers chopped up. That's what she had on her kitchen table, and her lawyers say they don't.
She didn't have it on her kitchen table. Rex had it on his kitchen table. God,
know how to explain it. That's in this too. And one more thing, and that is that after this, can anybody reasonably infer, as we've heard over and over again?
I don't want to infer.
Can anybody reasonably now infer that this man was leading a double life at home?
Great comment.
There was no double life. Now we'll answer questions.
There was no double life. He tortured these women. The kids watched. They gathered together. This is I'm Lady John Ray now. Are you ready? I need to get a good suit. Do I have a fancy bow tie? I don't. Either way, I'm Miss Ray. Here I go. We must infer, because she looked at furry art and she liked furry art, that they would suspend the woman above the family and they would take turns with a stick and they would put candy on top of her and then they would catch the candy because she was a human pinata. John Ray, get your ass together, dude. You're out of your fucking mind. I can't believe how irresponsible he's being. He's being as irresponsible as I am with my speech, and I don't like that.
I can't speak to this particular case because I have not examined anyone involved. So far, what we have here is circumstantial things.
I know.
Worth
I like
contemplating.
what a
I'll say
lovely
this,
voice.
among
He'd be a
individuals that do
great
participate with
host at
spiritual
an Italian
members
restaurant.
or friends or associates.
I'd feel
they
very
seem to
welcome.
divide up into different groups. Some of them have their own perversions and are.
This man could come out of an Olive Garden kitchen and explain to me the recipe, and I would go al dente. I love him. Makes me sad he's getting mixed up in this. Makes me sad he's probably going to lose his job for fucking encroaching the name of John.
Collaborating because they, in a group, are able to enjoy these things together. And some of them are individuals who have been traumatized.
Look at those great
or
eyebrows.
repetitively to these kinds of things and are joining in with the offender, sometimes as a kind of Stockholm syndrome or attempt to survive, sometimes because it's been so desensitized for them that it's become normal in the home or environment in which they're operating. And sometimes there's no relation.
Sometimes it becomes normal for them to walk out and see a woman in a cage and go, "Hey, Mary Beth, do you want some cookies? Are you hungry?" No, this isn't sometimes. This is rarely, sir. The answer is rarely. In fact, it almost never has happened the way you're explaining it. But fair enough. You're the professional. You're in a group.
They just are interested in these kinds of unusual things on their own. But you have to take that on a case-by-case
That's
basis.
the most common.
Certainly worth thinking about.
The most common. He should have said the most common is that people are into fucked up shit and we don't know why. Next.
Apparently, Victoria used the same terminology.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of that?
Well, it gets to the point that I raised earlier about a lot of this being about stimulation and excitement and fun for these individuals. And the idea is to extend, in fantasy at least, to extend what is happening to the individual out of a kind of curiosity.
Joe,
amusement.
Why did you have respect for me? That's on you, babe. Why did you respect me? Why? You shouldn't have respected me. You should have known that what I'm all about are facts and evidence. And if I'm going to give my opinion, I'm going to say this is my opinion, but I'm not going to hold a press conference about it and spew a bunch of shit that's not true. I'm sorry. You can lose respect from me. I'm fine with that. You don't have to respect me. Some of my best friends don't respect me, and I don't respect them. In all seriousness, I don't give a shit if you respect me. I'm just telling you that a lot of this is not true. A lot of it. And I'm sorry that that's hard for you to hear. I am glad that this is the case, though, that it's not true. Because how fucked up would it be to have a whole family just working together, torturing women? That's fucked up. I wonder why you want to believe that. I wonder why. If I'm misinterpreting, I will apologize. But if you're losing respect for me because I don't believe a thing, because I don't want to manifest a family that does this because the evidence doesn't show it, because I don't believe in destroying a person's life because of what their family did, especially when they themselves could potentially be a victim. If you want to lose respect from me because I'm careful, bye respect, bye. It was nice seeing you. It didn't affect me at all, Joe. I'm sorry. And if you didn't mean it that way, if you were talking to someone else, fuck me. I'm sorry. Also, I will send you something fun. But in all seriousness, fine. You can want me to think a certain way, but it's never going to influence me. I go on what I know. I go on what I think is true. I go on how I feel. I don't buy into conspiracy bullshit. I just don't. And I don't think it's fair to anyone, especially the actual victims' families, to make something worse than it is. Do you feel me? It's one thing to go, oh, this person died in 9/11. It's another to make up that their body was also, I don't know, sexually assaulted right after. Like, what? Why would you add that? That's not a thing. How? Not possible. Like, why throw in extra shit? You know, Maddie went through so much in her life. And I see a lot of people going, oh, she was a part of a sex ring where they made the kids do this. You know what? You're sick at that point. You have a gross fantasy of a sex ring involving other children. Where would that even come from? There's no evidence of it. Why are you saying it? People want to put so much extra shit on horrific, tragic situations. I think that you have to play it safe. I also feel really bad for somebody who finds out that their family is a monster. And not only do they have to suffer the loss of a parent, deal with the trauma, figure out whether or not they believe it. Because let's not forget, sometimes, look at Karen Reed, the government fucks up sometimes, police fuck up sometimes. So now the daughter and the wife and the kid have to sit there and go, oh my God, this person I love and know who's related to me, I have to reason this with what's being said about them, knowing that there is a potential for corruption because look at the history of Suffolk. I cannot imagine what's going through her head. And frankly, I don't blame them if they didn't take part of it and they didn't know anything. I don't blame them if they, for some reason, also think he's innocent based on the history with Burke. However, after getting the materials that we all have and the evidence that we all have now and seeing what happened to their house and then seeing the results of that, if they choose to stick by him after that, I find that a bit fucked up and sus. Find it a bit worrisome. At least for Asa anyway, for the kids, they might have a harder time, especially the one with the disability. They're going to have a hard time with this. This could be life-changing. It could cause them to want to hurt themselves. It could make them very depressed and sad. It's certainly the worst time of their life, especially if they had nothing to do with it, which so far we know they didn't because that's what the police said. So I think it's wholly irresponsible to hold press conferences like this. So you know what? Lose respect for me. I don't give a shit. Keep going.
And to keep heightening the thrill the way somebody, for instance, with a drug addiction might do, to need a greater and greater high. And some people can have fantasies like that.
This is true, Sarah.
Fantasy,
maybe they're trying to learn, why my dad did this.
But it's impossible to say. How many people have only the fantasy.
Also, the book could be sitting out because maybe they abandoned the house. Maybe they didn't go in that room. We don't know. Also, it could have been in a stack of other books.
First of all, there are some
we don't know that yet.
I'm aware of where that happens, where, as I said, there is normalization within a home to the point that can happen. But the themes that are here are extreme, even for people who have sexualized or aggressive fantasies, because we're seeing here themes of things like cannibalization, fornication with body parts, dismemberment, mutilation, things like that. It's not just bondage fantasies. It extends all the way over into things that are far more horrifying. And for those things to be normalized, you'd have to think about the kind of material a person is exposed to.
They're not normalized. An account that you guys think is her shared it or commented on it on Tumblr. That's it. That's all that happened. And it wasn't even her art. Still can't believe that.
The kind of pornography they might be exposed to, the kind of talk, books, etc.
Mhm.
But I think the jury is out on what this is about. But it's certainly worth thinking about.
Worth thinking about, not worth having a press conference about.
Obviously very disturbing to all of us, but she's still young. Do you think she was involved in any of the murders, like the Google Store, like helped him at all, or are you just saying that she may have been doing something and taking out of the future? That's not the future.
I am not there.
Here's the thing. If Bricado was the best in his field, I don't think John Douglas would be the one at the top. I think Bricado would be. So Bricado is one of the best in his field. He's not the best. Mary Ellen O'Toole is probably the best, if we're being honest. Jim Clemente, extremely dead ass on. The guy who did Ken Bianchi, not the best back then. Now he's the best. Now he's one of the top 10, but he made a lot of mistakes too. I don't think that John Ray needs to be shown more respect based on this. He is losing his credibility every second he stays up there and talks at this point. And that makes me sad because I want to like him. He has been shown respect and he is now being disrespectful. Simultaneously, eating your own words doesn't really make sense to me because you're spitting words out. Why would you want to eat what you just vomited out? It makes no sense. That's gross. That would make you a bumblebee. And that is part of how they produce honey. They are constantly eating, spitting, and shitting it back out over and over again, which produces honey that we all put in our bodies. So that's fun to think about. Joe South Oz, you have lost respect for me. Why are you here? You should put on something you like instead of being an arguing person who's warning me. I'm a big girl. I think I know what I agree with and don't agree with. Feel me? I mean, if you like it here and you want to stay and argue, by all means, let's go. But I don't think there's much more to say that John Ray hasn't already said other than, hey, look at all these inferences and all this hooey and let's misunderstand a bunch of things and why are we here? You know what I mean? It's just, why are we here right now? What is this? That wasn't her art. That wasn't her art. I'm very curious what you think is going to happen. And also, if he's right, and if Victoria was a sophomore in high school just going around cutting body parts off women with a shark cage dangling above her wall as she fed them chum, woke up, put on her broomstick skirt, and went to art school every day, if that's what happened, I will apologize to you, Joe South, and I will send you, I don't know, a sticker. We'll figure it out. But for now, why are you here? If you got no respect for me, boo, you should go look at another channel that makes you happy. I don't want you to be sad. Let's keep going.
Was never there. The police alone have been there in Massapequa Park House. I don't know what else they know. What I'm saying we can infer from this, and it's not the only inference, but it's a very strong inference.
I do have a thing
is
about
that this
eyebrows.
girl was made over the course of years somehow to become accustomed to liking what you see here, and that didn't just happen in the air.
He's a big
That
ass
happened
Boston
because somebody
Terrier.
did something, and
He's thicker than a Snicker.
you know you can take it from there, take the rest from there. That's what I'm saying. She certainly falls within the circle of suspicion as to some activity that's involved here, not least because we know that her hairs are found on the dead bodies.
If there was no double life like you suggest, are there civil legal ramifications?
Glitter, this is me.
There certainly could be civil
You are
legal
me.
ramifications for the Heuermann family, each of them. You know, they're pretty extensive, I imagine. I'm not looking to pursue them myself. I'm not looking to sue them or have a civil case against them. It's nothing to do with me. But there could very well be, yes.
True, that's another thing.
I'm not saying that Shannon Gilbert
Yeah,
was
me
certainly
neither.
a victim of Heuermann. I am saying what we do know. And we know if that witness who was credible told the truth, the taxi driver.
You're not saying what we do know. You're making inferences, and you just said you're making inferences, John.
That Heuermann knew Shannon Gilbert. That he and that makes a lot of sense. If we follow the trail of Heuermann, I know that Heuermann was a very gregarious fellow from the witnesses I've talked to who've come and talked to me and given me statements. And I know that he spent a lot of time in various bars and places where there were strippers and dancers and that sort of thing around Long Island and in New York City. The chances that he came across Shannon Gilbert, besides what the taxi cab driver said, are excellent. She also has a Massapequa entry in her book that we found, her notebook of scheduling. And I point out another thing.
I wish this wasn't for entertainment, Bert, because this isn't entertaining. This is sad. What a fucking shit show this was. All this situation. Damn. This shouldn't be entertainment. This should be like a serious thing. This guy's trying to make it entertainment. That bothers me, man. But also allegedly, and yeah, you get it.
That doesn't preclude anything I've said so far regarding my lawsuit that's continuing as we speak. There's connections that could be made there. We don't know. I'm not the police. If they come to me, I'll certainly report them. But it does strike me that when Shannon Gilbert says, the first thing she says on the 911 tapes is, someone is after me. Someone is after me. That means she's being chased. She's being stalked. Rex Heuermann was a stalker. You may remember.
I agree. I mean, this guy, he does, like, he's a guy, I don't know much about him, to be honest, but I've seen people give him cred where credit is due, say he's credible, he's a good dude. I do love his voice. I think he's got killer eyebrows. I just think just like that, just like the guy who was standing behind Rex, was his name Ray? Who was the one? Not Ray. Who was the one? I can't remember his name right now, but he was the guy who basically started the task force or led the task force, and he was standing there with Ray behind John Ray, and then he retired or whatever. Like, I mean, I liked that dude. He seemed like a baddie. He was a badass, and he backed up Ray, and we saw his face through that last conference. I have a feeling Mercado is him now. You know what I mean? He's like, oh shit, I didn't realize we were ripping on Tumblr posts here. He was probably disturbed. He's probably a little irritated. Yes, rent in Midtown is nuts. We're gonna be getting there. We're gonna be getting there. And you know, if you guys, if you're like, God damn, she talks too much, it's too long, I gotta go to bed. Go to bed. This will be here tomorrow, okay? It is. John is brilliant. Dr. Mercado's great. Love the eyebrows. He's a little old school, I think. He's got some older facts, but that's fine. Or statistics, I should say. Yeah, I really need a Bukkake shirt for Trooper Bukkake. I think the cold case babysit others in the organization might discredit. I mean, could be, yeah. I don't know what this means. Is he staying by the daughter? I don't know. I don't know who Carrie Rawson is. Maybe I probably know, but I'd have to see her face, or someone needs to tell me, and then I could go, oh, or maybe I don't know. Who? Something is up with who? Stop saying eyebrows. I said it again. I said it again. Who's on cocaine? I went back. Were you talking about that girl or that girl? Which one? Almost clergy. Was he? He would be, I mean, he reminds me of a priest. Also, if you're talking about me and cocaine, I've never done it. That would kill me, I think, because I have a hole in my nose that I'm pretty sure it would cause a sinus infection. I know it's been almost a year now. On Sundays, he does a podcast with the Lab After Dark. Never seen him off point. You know what? Here's the thing. He might not have been off point. He might be giving his analysis, but was slightly deceived about the topic. I could see that being a big thing. A lot of time, it seems, in my opinion, that John Ray will bring people who support him, and then it looks, based on their faces, like he says some other shit, and they're like, whoa, you didn't tell me you were talking about that. I think that could be what's going on here. I absolutely think that's what could be going on here.
Before I even knew of Rex Heuermann, I said publicly over and over, there's a hunter involved in this case. Someone was hunting her. He's a hunter. Rex Heuermann turns out to be a very avid hunter. And he belonged to a variety of rifle clubs.
Just to answer your question, a messy mother. I mean, a messy mother. And also, is that the only book, or were there other books? Was it in a stack of books? Because so far we've been pretty deceived. So far, this has been pretty deceptive, out of context, made to look worse than it is. Simultaneously, if you just found out your dad was a serial killer and you're trying to figure it out, and maybe you weren't into true crime before and you bought John Douglas's book to figure out the mind of your dad, you'd read it, right? I don't know. I'm not going to condemn them for having the same book that I literally have right here. If my dad were a serial killer and I didn't know about John Douglas, and then I found out that he talks about the brains of serial killers, I would probably want to read it. Just saying. That's my opinion. I don't know.
Clubs. We saw a picture, I think Newsday published, but there's more than that. If you look at the schedule that Ray Tierney put out, you can see that Heuermann in a period of 2 weeks was at 3 different hunt clubs.
Yeah, I think
he's a real hunter. He's got 300 guns to do that. I have 3 eyewitnesses who say that he pulled pistols on them. One who says that he.
Also, I want to point out, if you go back and watch my earlier interviews with Melanie, I've been saying for a long time that Rex was in a gun club or a duck hunting club. He had something to do with a hunting club. And a lot of people said, that's ridiculous. Even in Web Sleuths, they were like, nah, they don't have those out here. Guess what they do? And he was. I also brought up that he probably owned or operated around a boat. Brought that up a long time ago, before we knew it was Rex. I said that. And people said, you're stupid. And I said, fine. And I threw a fit and I logged off. Well, look.
He shot it right across the back of the neck. He's a hunter with guns. Who knows what else? Start to put those pieces together.
True. But again, why would you trash it? I would read it. Right? Let me put it this way. If you're living with someone who is an alcoholic and you've never drank alcohol or you're allergic to it, and you go, I wonder how to deal with an alcoholic. And then you go and you buy a book about alcoholics. And then you leave it on your table. And then that alcoholic, he's been in jail because he intoxicated manslaughtered someone. What's the difference? You know what I mean? You're trying to learn about the person. You're going to why toss it? Keep it and read it and learn. That's probably what they were doing. Or again, it could be in a stack. We don't know.
The DA said that the hairs found that matched Victoria's were transferred from Rex to the victims.
I don't think the DA said that the hairs were actually transferred. He speculated that they were transferred. The hairs transferred from Rex Heuermann to the body the hairs that belong to the daughter and the mother. He's speculating at that. He has no way of knowing that for certain. But now when you consider what you've seen and what you know, that might tip the card a little bit in favor of the fact that there might be more to it than just that they fell off of Heuermann, especially when you notice from the equipment that he took was designed, part of it, to clean up the hairs. And he even said so, and to wear a hairnet.
John, a lot of this art is disturbingly similar to the Gilgo victims, but as far as we can see, none of it was actually made by Victoria Heuermann.
I can't tell if you're kidding or not.
The creators of this art might have.
But either way, that's hilarious.
We know that they create this atrocious art for a living, but you're not quite right. Take a look at what I showed you earlier. She created the monster that's eating a woman's breasts with a furry butt plug in the picture. She created that, and that was in line with everything else.
Oh, I'm going to go back and look because I don't believe she created it. I believe you said that handle created it, and I still don't think that's her.
So I can't agree with you there. She's in this art.
Sarah, after he was arrested, they were not kids. They were in their early 20s. And again, like, if they're trying to learn about their dad and why he was doing these awful things, I would encourage them to get that book, and I can absolutely see why it's out. You feel me? Also, again, we don't know if there were other books with it. If it was in a stack, seems way less appropriate, right? Or way less inappropriate, right? If it was by itself, again, I would think they're reading it to learn about, like, why is my dad's head all fucked up?
I cannot hear you, Danielle. What I did was, with this particular information, I notified Ray Tierney. I wrote him a letter, invited his detectives to come here if he wished to the press conference, and invited him to call me so I could do so. I have not heard from him. So we're just going forward with what we have. I at every step of the way in this case, I have cooperated with the authorities.
I think he was a bit deceived.
I have given them what I'm entitled to give,
right?
From other witnesses. The witnesses who come to me, if they don't want their information turned over to the police, I don't do it. But if they give me permission, I always do it. I believe that the proper authority
Agreed.
properly investigating this and getting to the truth is the task force.
Yep.
We good?
So you said countless times that all this is for justice for the victim. How is showing these images, to sum it up, justice for the victim?
Showing these images teaches us that there is a
I don't disrespect Dr. Mercado. I don't. I just think that this is not, I think that it's disrespectful of John Ray to bring him there if he wasn't very candid with why. And I think it seems like he's trying to wiggle out of the situation. He did to his, to be fair to him, he was very careful with his words, but it's just something I noticed. But I don't think that Dr. Mercado sucks in any way. I'm just very surprised that he's here, unless maybe he was deceived a little
likely
bit.
connection between Rex Heuermann and his family in these crimes that have been committed, and that the truth is going to reveal that. We don't know how far those connections reach. We do know if they do reach through the family, number one, he's not isolated. He's not acting alone.
Okay, we're stopping here. Renee, you might want to leave. I don't know why you're here watching me. You're not going to like me at all, hun, because I'm about to tell you something that's going to be real upsetting. If the other stuff I said upset you, get ready to be mad. You're talking about the Cox guy from Florida, James, right? James and Henry Cox. They did not live in the same complex as Madeline's mom. Stop putting that out there. They didn't. Okay. They lived over 20 miles away. All right. That CSAM ring that they were involved in actually was hitting on servers out of the country. There are hash value lists within that warrant that you can look at that explain everything they looked up, how a cyber tip works, and that they'd been looking at them since years before Stefan killed Maddie. All right. The content that they were pulling was produced at home. Okay. They created that content of two kids in the neighborhood who are aged in the actual reports. Okay. One of them is a grandfather. He adopted his son and he used to be a CPS worker, a DCFS worker. Okay. They have nothing to do with it. They are not listed as co-defendants. Their case came much earlier, way before that stuff happened with Stefan. The victims, the exact victims that are videoed and their stuff decimated on the internet, they are listed in there and they are not the same age as Maddie. They never lived at the same place. In fact, their history is very public. One of them, his obituary goes on to explain everywhere he's from. You can look up his family. I wouldn't suggest doing that because they are not in any way related. Okay? So no, they didn't run in the same complex at all. He didn't run a child scam. He basically sexually molested children in the neighborhood. Him and his son took photos and video of it, and then they tried to put it on the internet to disseminate to other perverts on an overseas router. Okay? They are in no way connected. I've already gone over this in one of my videos. If you want to keep believing the conspiracies, believe it. I don't care what you do, but don't spread it on my channel. Thank you.
Number two, therefore, he is not, as I said before, living two lives. But number three, we should start to look at his wife, his daughter, where they went, who they met with. Things, it opens up this door. I have information. I know where his wife went sometimes. So that whole door is now opened. And there's one inference from at least some of the witchcraft things she talked about in her paperwork and so on. There's an inference. It's one inference of many that there's.
We have to have you come on one time and talk to us about this dude. You know what I mean? I'd love to learn more about him, frankly, to distract me from this.
More than just them, that they're involved with other people in this as well. That needs to be looked at. These people didn't tell the truth. They're misleading us.
John, I have a question. So basically, this portrait was created by Victoria. Of all that you've shown us, this is the one she created. Is that correct?
Yeah, the picture of the monster and the woman that I mentioned is created by Victoria. Everything else she erased. We don't know what else there is, but we do know that.
So was this found in the house and taken out by detectives?
I don't believe it was found in the house, but I don't have their inventory. I don't know. But that's on. We connected it as Lena has told you and explained to you, and we've given you that explanation in detail.
Nope. You didn't explain to me how you connected it. You didn't explain to me how you connected it to her. You said, this is her. This is her Tumblr. You gave a name that might not be her Tumblr. And even if it is, you still didn't show us her pictures. You showed us theirs. And you're also assuming that is connected to her via IP. I'm assuming you didn't tell us. So no, you didn't tell us. So tell us how you're sure that that's hers. Please.
For your use, because
As a
I know it's
lawyer, I
highly
think
technical.
he'd be able to do
You
that.
can see that she can connect that with the other things that Victoria was looking at.
Are you sure she created it and not just posted it?
Yes.
Her signature actually appears on
And
it.
Burgess, that was his partner. And Oil Shaker.
Okay.
A guy named Oil Shaker. And
Yeah, sure. I'm John Ray.
let me hear me say and. I'm trying to find him.
Johnnray.
It was Mark Allshaker, Ann Burgess. Was it Pressler was another one? Mary Ellen O'Toole, Clement. Like, he's got a lot of partners, actually. There's a really good speech he gave. Ooh, it would be so cool if we could watch that sometime. But he gave a really good speech at, I think it was Boston College, where they discussed Mindhunter. But it was really interesting because John goes off on little tangents sometimes. Not as bad as I do, but he gets a little distracted. I love watching him when he's going off on one, telling his story. God, I love him. Anne is so classy and so smart. And she was a nurse, right? She started out as a nurse, and then they kind of sucked her into behavioral analysis. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I love her. I'm glad you brought her name up.
Now, the doctor.
Dr. Gary Brucato, Gary.
Jim is
He
the
in
goat.
boy, R-U-C-A-T-O.
Him and his brother went and tracked down a pedo who tried to attack them as kids, right?
Sure. I'm currently a visiting scholar at Boston College, where I conduct forensic research with
Look,
Dr. Ann
Boston
Burgess.
College too.
And I'm in private forensic practice, and I'm in private practice for general psychotherapy at Clarity Therapy in New York City. I'm a clinical psychologist and an author and researcher specializing in violent crime.
Here's the thing. I don't think he's going to, because I feel if he's as strong as you guys are saying he is, I'm not as familiar with him as I'd like to be. I will get familiarized, but if he is, I mean, the fact that he dropped John Douglas, I was being a little too harsh on him earlier. I'll just say that. But I think that as long as he's under the tutelage of that guy or Annie, he's going to be safe. We all make mistakes. I think he's going to get a little pissed later at John Ray, or as time goes by, he might be like, bro, you didn't say this is what we were doing. You know what I mean? Or you made a hefty accusation there. Please don't do that again. I could see him having that conversation. Could be why his eyebrows were so arched earlier. He seemed a little like, woo, you know? Also, right here, I would have encouraged him to spell his name wrong.
Severe mental illness.
Just to be safe.
If you need a packet, if you didn't get one, just give us your email. We'll give it to you. We have it. So you can have everything. Okay, thank you.
Right? Kids go through weird phases, man.
What about these pictures out here? Yes. They're in the packet?
They're in the packet.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I attack viewers now. What's wrong with you? She said she lost respect for me. Do you know how mean that is? Like, I've lost respect for you. To my face? I told you, if you have something mean to say to me, say it behind my back. She said it to my face. It's not my business what you think of me. Anyway. Yeah, if you don't respect me, don't watch me, because you're wasting your time. I don't want her to have a bad time, right? I want people who watch me to have a good time. So if I'm making you have a bad time, the best thing you could do for yourself is don't watch. But anyway, that was it. That was the whole thing. I mean, I don't know what to say anymore about it that I haven't said. I'm glad we watched it all the way through. We're already seeing shit like headlines like demonic details revealed about Rex and his daughter. So irresponsible. Welcome to the shit parade, everyone. Pandora's box has now been opened. The amount of unfucking people are going to have to do because of this press conference with their brains is a lot. It was very deceptive. Yeah, I don't know, you guys. I don't know. Here's the thing. He is an attorney and he knows he can get sued if he slanders them. Absolutely. He doesn't give a fuck, and he never has. Simultaneously, if you're an attorney, you're in the best position to slander someone because you don't have to hire an attorney to represent yourself. She is in a position where she's a 20-something who just lost her dad and her job, and everybody thinks she's a monster. And he probably knows that she can't fight back because she can't afford to. Remember, Asa signed that deal. We don't know if they signed it. And even if they did, suing someone for slander and libel is a process. He knows what he's doing. I wish he was more careful. I think Dr. Gary putting his reputation in jeopardy was not his intention. I think he went on there thinking that John Ray was being responsible and giving information that was real and had substance. And I think just like the officer who stood behind John Ray at his last press conference, I think Dr. Gary was a little surprised. And see, Renee, I like this comment from you. This is a good comment. Don't be embarrassed. BDSM is a thing, right? People engage in it. It's not a, listen, if you're embarrassed, imagine all the grandmas who were into 50 Shades of Grey who wanted to just read a book, how much shit they got because of the stigma from that movie. It's fine. It's fine. You're not out killing people. That's what's important. Yeah, we do know a lot of time witnesses are not credible. Rex better speak up and yeah, I agree, man. That would make, that would make him have to have some sort of empathy. I don't know. He doesn't seem to be like an Israel Keys who was like, please protect my daughter. Please protect my daughter. Oh, fuck it. You won't. I'll just kill myself. This guy seems to be like, he doesn't give a shit. He's going for the, I'm not guilty. And he is guilty, allegedly. Yeah, there's so many comments that I would love to go through, but there's so many. I do want to say this is a good comment. Thank you, Sarah. He was on the interview room 4 days ago. Ari Lisk, if you want to hear him more in depth about Rex and not Victoria, I will go watch that. Actually, thank you for that, Sarah. I like that. I would like to learn more about him. Because of discovery when he did a civil suit on Shannon's behalf. That's how he got the 911 call. He might be hoping they sue. That's true because that opens up the discovery and whatever case that is. That's a great point. Ariel, girl, good point. Thank you. And by the way, I want to be clear. I said I like Dr. Gary's eyebrows a lot, and I'm not kidding. I really do. I'm sorry, Adam. I won't do it again. Yeah, apparently, C. Smith, there's 40 million today. Apparently, we all did it. Yes, Bev, I'm going to. And I'm also going to vet whether or not that is a mirror account. And I'm also going to find out the IP. And I'm pretty sure I already have all that information because I've definitely seen some of the things he's talking about before, which is why I was saying I'm willing to bet it's the Japanese stuff. And I do think that is in a pile of an account where it might be a troll. So I'm going to go look again. I cannot explain the amount of accounts everybody had, especially in a family of gamers, i.e. the kids gaming. So yeah, we'll see. Well, I will get back to you on that. Yeah. And then he sewed her eyes open and then the whole, I'm starting to wonder because also, we know that Rex reached out, he spoke on the phone, he taunted, he did things like that, right? To the sister, seeing some similarities in the communication elements with Israel. Remember, he posted the thing above the dog ad in the park. Penny, sometimes you got to sacrifice yourself and be hated to get the good shit out. I think he could have done it without throwing the daughter under the bus, though. I think that was fucked up. But if what you're saying is true, it could be fucked up, but brilliant. I don't know, though. That scrunchie makes me worry otherwise. It makes me worry. She pointed up to me and said, don't you think those crystals look like a load of butt plugs? That's so funny. And bring her here and let her talk to me. I want to hear her thoughts. Okay, enjoy it. Hey, listen, I love you, Renee. I might even snap at some of you, and then you'll end up becoming some of my best friends. Two of my best friends are my best friends because we got into fights and we hated each other. And then guess what? Now we're besties. I can snap at you and still love you. And also, the Santa thing, yeah, I don't blame you for believing that. Again, I don't blame people for believing the wrong thing and even putting up a fight with me because I understand how confusing and deceptive the media can be. You feel me? They can be. It can be awful. It can be very hard to navigate. And I also think that we should all have grace with our friends, our family who don't know these things. Let's say you're technologically sound to the point where you understand these little issues, right? We have to be patient with those who don't. The internet is a confusing cesspool of shit. And you have to sift through the shit to get to the champagne. Yeah, nothing he said. None of it connected to her. It was a big old nothing burger, and I ordered cheese. Babe, do you want to come say hi to people before I log off? Because we're about to end this. Are you sure? You love attention. Come say hi to everyone. He's been playing his Fortnite, which means he did something bad. What did you do? What were you playing? What were you playing?
No, I don't want these people looking at
He doesn't want y'all knowing his games now. Rocket time? Let's see. Rex went hunting in Alaska. Israel came to New. Yeah, I'm gonna bring that up on my next Rex video. I hope you're there. I've got some stuff. He's got an old address that he used in Alaska, which makes me think he had a hunting permit from Alaska. And I think I did have some hunting permits from him. I am working on that, but there's definitely some stuff. He had an Alaska address that was listed as the Massapequa one, which was 105 whatever, but in Alaska, and he had a ping there to an account. I'll show you all the shit. We'll do it next time. But he had a ping there to an account that he used while in Alaska once. But because it was listed in two official places that scrape from government registries, credit reports, and the USPS, makes me think that he applied maybe for some sort of permit up there and didn't want to use his family, aka his sister-in-laws. Does that make sense? Really trips me out. Really trips me out. I know. I loved his eyebrows. He had the best. Babe, I got to show you. This guy had 2 rock eyebrows. Straight up. Curved naturally. We've definitely added furry butt plugs to the lexicon. If you don't know what a furry butt plug is, it's something you stick up your ass with a fake tail sticking out so you can play raccoon. Anyway, we got a prayers from Amy. Amen to you, sister. Not that she died. Christ. I don't know what you're talking about, but that's pretty funny. There is a lot of misinfo out there. Agree on the configure. Oh, my boyfriend's back. Look, you guys want to talk furries? Look what we have. Oh, what is that? You liked my dog? Well, guess what? Guess what, everyone? First of all, I just want to point out we did not buy that for pup play. I bought that to make my dog happy. And by the way, when he sees himself on his daddy's head, he gets so excited and he doesn't realize it's his daddy. He thinks Dylan is a dog. Like he's like, oh, a dog. He licks it. He loves it. He's asleep right now. He got conked out because I gave him a treat. But yeah, we've got Dylan with the dog head today. That was fun. You didn't see that one coming, did you? Did I kill someone? No. Yeah. Oh, what's your conspiracy, Ariel? These serial killers do find ways to communicate with each other, especially with, they do, and they write each other in prison. And also, Bitroff was in Rex's search history. Everyone's freaking out about that. He wrote to Jesperson, whose daughter is the one who reached out to Asa, right? But he wrote to him, I think, before that happened. Fascinating. Simultaneously, I mean, there's a shitload of serial killers. I have a list of them. Ivanovitz, who isn't technically a serial killer, but kind of. Ivanovitz looked up the CV Strangler, who looked up the Route 9 Stalker, and then the guy who ended up getting busted for one of those was obsessed with Rifkin, and then Rifkin was like, everybody had their thing, right? They're all like, let me learn about each other, Renee, You're forgiven and I don't blame you. It's okay. I think that you heard it from someone who made it sound serious and like it was real. And trust me, I've seen it from a lot of people. You're a sweet lady for putting up with me being a bitch about that, because I was a bitch about that. But listen, it's not your fault. You didn't spread it. Fucking T-Rev did. Those idiot assholes spread it. Not you. It's not your fault that you've been given poor information. You feel me? And I know you didn't mean to spread it, but I'm glad you brought it up, because now we cleared it up and now you know. You know? So listen, if you guys ever hear something and you're like, but I thought this happened, I'm not going to freak out on you. I'll just tell you it's true. You know what I mean? If I know that to be so. If you come and you say, I am disappointed in you, I do not respect you anymore, I'm probably going to be a bit of a bitch and say, why are you here then? But listen, we're good, Renee. We're good. I'm glad you brought it up. Maybe someone else thought it was real, and because you brought it up, we cleared it up, and now they're not going to spread it. That's great. He hunted bears. I believe it. He's a big boy. He's a big old pile of shit. Let's keep going. I really have to wrap up. We've been going too long. I'm tired. But I love you guys. And I love talking to you. And you've been the best. Memory card. Yes, we're going to talk about that guy, South African guy who moved to Alaska, who really like killed these women in hotels very obviously. And people were screaming for years like, hello. And another thing is, in Alaska, they have a big problem with MMIW, missing and murdered indigenous women. Sorry, I talk very fast naturally and I'm trying to slow it down. They have a big problem with that. And a lot of people are saying, hey, this is pretty fucking racist that we've been telling you about this and no one's helping with some of the native victims. And I think that Israel and a lot of other serial killers target women like that because they know that the media isn't going to pick it up or make a big deal out of it. This guy, too, he just did it so blatant, so obvious. And he's a real sick prick. And I'm so glad he's going to jail and or he's in jail. I'm glad. I'm glad they caught him. And the SD card, didn't it come from one of the women? Didn't she look through his phone and take it? What a baddie. We stan her. We stan her like the West Virginia chick who took out Neil Falls. They will be on our True Crime Mum. They did profile the shit out of him, Sarah. And their profile is one of the reasons I really, truly think that there's a lot of things about Kohlberger that people aren't considering. They're looking at the specifics of things like, I hate to say it, but they're looking at like, was the search warrant proper, but not really, did he do it? You feel me? You can technically screw up and get someone off of a whole case, get a whole case thrown out because of a technicality when they did do it. And that's what scares the shit out of me. Whoo, it scares me. I love all of you. You're all smart. Bree, you're smart. And I love you. I love you guys. I'm so glad you came here. Oh, yes, Carrie Rawson. That's the name of BTK. I can never remember her freaking name. I'm glad you said that. I couldn't remember her name. Carrie Rawson. And she wrote that book. And people got mad at her for writing this book, but I want to read it. So I'm going to actually look that up. And I saw some excerpts in the PDF. I'm one of those people, if I see a free book, I'm going to try to go buy it because I want to support the author because I think print media is dying and I don't like that. That makes me sad. But yes, that's right. That's her name. I think she's very smart. And I think people gave her a lot of shit. You know what I mean? And then Melissa Moore is Jesperson's daughter, right? I think so. Anyway, thank you for that. That's her name. I have a really hard time remembering her name. I don't know why. All right, let's see. We can talk about the Keith Morrison pillow. I put it in the link to last night's video, and I'll put it in the link tonight if you want to buy one. They also have Lady Shrek that says, "Get out of my swamp." They also have a, I need a Lester Holt one, and I really want to get a Josh Mankiewicz one. But I think I saw a Moriarty pillow. It's from Amazon, and they're like $15. So I'll put a link in this one. You're never going to be in trouble, by the way, anybody who talks about my eyebrows. I saw that comment. I just passed it. Never going to get in trouble. Just give me tips. Tell me what to do. Tell me how to fix them. Send me a serum. She found it in the car park. Okay. Lady Fang, we have homework tonight. We have homework tonight, hun. We got to figure out if that's true, because I saw something where he asked her for something. He got out of a car or did something, and she was looking at his phone while he was in like a convenience store, saw it, stole the SD card. But originally she told the cops that she found it. And then after a while, they did a second interview and she's like, I fucking took it because it freaked me out. So we're going to find out. We'll get back to you on that. And if you find out, email me, because I need to know. Lester Holt is bae. I'm in love with Lester Holt. He's the best. This was a killer chat. Who's Princess Anne? Oh, Princess Anne. We'll call her that from now on. Princess Anne Burgess. You made my night. I love you, Petty Mason. I love you, Elizabeth. The master of descriptive narration. The original god of true crime. Keith Morrison. 48 hours. Yes. Oh, that pesky DNA. We're not on Soto. We're not going to go back to Soto yet. We'll do that with Duty Ron. I can't. The kid stuff bums me out so bad, you guys. Like, oh, I have to take a moment. And also 900 pages. Again, shit's the Necronomicon. It's going to take forever. Lady Feng. We have to find out, though. We're going to find out. We're finding out. When Israel was talking about Samantha's murder, he said he found a video camera outside the coffee shop he kidnapped her from. Super bizarre. I don't know. Also, he was... Okay. I want to watch how I say this because I don't want to spread a rumor. I'm very curious where he was during Lauren Spear, because I've seen things. I've looked into things, and it makes me wonder. Really makes me wonder about Lauren Spear. Also seen and heard other things about that case online. Makes me wonder about that. But I'm very curious about Israel and Lauren. I really am. I mean, was that around the same? Was it Israel? I think it was Israel and Lauren, but we'll see. Might have been another case I'm thinking of. This is why I hesitated to say it. But either way, yeah, Israel had a lot of... Also, he drew 13 skulls in his own blood, which is crazy, especially because he cut himself with something he stole so that he could electrocute himself later because he wasn't going out without a fight. That guy's nuts. And also... Here's something that's not a conspiracy that sounds like one that's going to trip you guys out. There is a cult in Texas that is very well known called Church of the Well. I'm not going to say it, but it's Church of the Well. But people are constantly freaking out because they are well known for allegedly kidnapping and doing a lot of sick shit. Taking people out to East Texas from festivals and then them never wanting to talk to their parents again. Very scary, right? That's Israel's whole family. Again, you're not your parents, but let me just say, when you're in an actual no shit cult and you're doing spooky shit, that's a separate crime. Find that very interesting. Look into that. Look into that. You're talking about the Albany victim? No, she was a totally different one in is it Ohio? I can't remember. No. It was Bloomington, Indiana, I want to say. Ooh, I don't know. I got a lot of true crime going through my head. Middle of the country, though. Albany one, they have another woman that they think could be that, but we'll go over that eventually. He was very wily. The carport we're talking about, Daisy, is in the SD killer in Alaska. There was a killer who had a hard drive, SD card, that had a lot of stuff on it. And it turns out he was serial killing women and in a hotel, I believe, and some of them. And they were sex workers. And then one of them he took out in like a cart or something or a backpack. It's a lot. It would take too long to explain. But a woman who was going to be a client stole an SD card from him and turned him in. And she's bae. She did everything you can do. Okay. No brow look, very popular right now. Never going to go no brow. Thought about it. Never going to do that. It's too scary looking. City Beauty Eyebrow Serum has made my eyebrows better than they've been in ages. I will buy it today, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you. Hudson, welcome back. Are you the same Hudson that we used to talk about, Katie? We're going to talk about her again. I'm not even going to say her last name. I want it to be a surprise, but we're going to talk about her. I did research. I have so much to talk to you about if that's you. Email me if that's you. You started a fucking rabbit hole for me, brother. And let me tell you, I'm glad I went down it. You might have changed the game, sir. You. That is you. Hudson, I got news. There, dude, it's because of you. If something happens because of the tip, it's because of you. It's because of you, brother. Because I knew about her case. I'd been looking at it for a while. I knew people on it. You made me think about some things. You got me in some new directions. There's info I want to share with you. And then we'll talk with everybody on it, depending on what happens there. But I got a lot to share with you on that, Hudson. Thank you and welcome back. You know what, Sarah? I don't want to post what you put because I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know if you intended for it to be on the screen, but I'm so sorry that you went through that. And I'm so sorry that that case brings you all the feels. And I'm glad when I see you comment on it because you have a different perspective that people really need to hear. And just thank you for putting up with it as we talk about something that might be triggering. I'm never going to hate you guys for, if you're triggered and you need to go, fine, totally do it. Just want you to be happy. Okay? Here comes Wrestler OB here. I wish, dude. I wish my back didn't hurt so much. I think we're done though. Yeah, there are some that are reading all of them in parts. Penny Lane, can you post who? I think it would be good to tell people because I'm not going to be able to do that shit. It's too long. I do think Duty Ron will probably go through it, right? Actually he will. I would recommend Duty Ron's going to go through it. I'm sure Plunder went over most of it, right? Is she going to go through all of it? Grizzly will get in your ass and she will read everything. She'll read the little anecdotes at the bottom. She'll tell you where those came from. You know what I mean? She's thorough. She's David Foster Wallace thorough. And I respect it. All right, you guys, my little Snoopy Dopas. I went fucking long. How long? 4 hours? I'm done. I love you guys. I'm done. Polish goodbye. End stream. Bye.